to sit down. Good morning, distinguished delegates. We are ready to begin the session. May I kindly ask everyone to take your seats. Thank you very much.
I'll do it in Arabic.
Dear guests and dear attendees, good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. Right after the opening session of our conference of yesterday, the opening session of which was distinguished more particularly by the listening to the royal message that His Majesty sent to the attendees here. May Allah extend His reign. There is interpretation going on, ma'am. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, raise your hand, please. Raise your hand if you hear English. Thank you, ma'am. Lovely. Hallelujah. We are here to serve you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Mr. Speaker? Thank you. Thanks very much indeed. I think it's all right.
So everything is right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much indeed. Dear attendees, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all, and the blessing of Allah. I would like to thank immensely the speakers, the representative of the various delegations right after the opening session of our conference of yesterday, which was distinguished more particularly by the listening to the royal message sent to by His Majesty, the Commander of the Faithful, may Allah extend his reign, which was also distinguished, characterized by the depth, more particularly with regard to the danger standing in the way of the religions, and more particularly, asked us to do all we can, leave no stone unturned in order to facilitate the dialogue of interfaith, and after listening to Mr. Duarte and to Mrs. Agata Ogochu Tekilu and Mrs. Helena Jung, and after listening to Mr. Daniel Kolibali, and after discussing particularly after the discussion that was quite rich and was quite instructive, we are continuing today with a general discussion and also the present. And as a prelude for this, I would like to give the floor right away to the Speaker of the House of Councillors, the Upper House, Mr. Naama Mayera. The floor is yours, sir. Go ahead.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, may peace and blessings be upon the Prophet, his kith and kin, distinguished Speaker of the Parliament, distinguished Pacheco, IPU President, distinguished heads of or speakers of the respected parliaments, honorable representatives of religious institutions, distinguished parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me first to reiterate a warm welcome to all the members of the delegations, our guests here in the city of Marrakesh. I'd like to thank you for being with us and for contributing to the success of these conferences, these important conferences proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, following the first day of this parliamentary conference on interfaith dialogue, which was characterized by the reading of the royal message addressed to all of us, and which reflected the vision of His Majesty the King. In fact, it was a moment, special moment, to promote the interfaith dialogue and make sure it is sustainable and make it at the forefront of parliamentary concerns, especially when His Majesty suggested the creation of a joint mechanism that would be coordinated by the IPU and seek to make interfaith dialogue a common key objective for the international community, which should be defended in the international forums and should be considered one of the standards of democratic governance in parliamentary work, as well as an indicator of respect for pluralism and cultural diversity, following the high-level discussions and good viewpoints regarding the concerns that we all have regarding the best practices in the area of joint action to promote the rule of law and also support global peace. We are meeting today in this second day to have a discussion on a key subject, which is the legislative institutions and religious leaders, consolidation of dialogue and cooperation for a common future. Needless to say, ladies and gentlemen, that this theme is at the heart of this major topic we're addressing today. And in fact, the most important aspect is to look at the current relations and potential relations that exist between two major components, international work and action, in order to promote tolerance and reject bigotry in all its forms and types, and also to build states based on the rule of law and develop solidarity-based institutions and communities, and also support global peace. And this is the key element and or prerequisite for economic, social, and human development. I'm referring here to the legislative institutions, which are the reflection of the political will and the will of the citizens, and given the platforms it provides to address the concerns of individuals and communities. And on the other hand, the religious leaders, given the impact and influence and spiritual influence they have to preserve the spiritual security and to address any trends or inclinations towards evil, such as bigotry, extremism, etc., that impede peace and also run counter to prosperity. And therefore, these are two components, despite the differences in their nature, and they might seem to be at on opposite sides, but their initiatives are in fact complementary, and they seek to serve human beings and also build citizens that are committed to values, to civic values. Therefore, our session is particularly important because it reflects actually the very objectives of this conference, and therefore we hope that the discussions you will have during this general debate will lead to practical proposals in order to come up with the best means to promote action and cooperation between these two components. That is as part of collective reflection, and also to build on the mechanisms that will make it possible for us to move forward with cooperation in order to create an environment that is conducive to mutual assistance and work. This institutional cooperation that we yearn for will provide a solid foundation as well as a major impetus for the passing of legislation at national and international level to achieve that coherence as far as the initiatives of parliamentarians and religious figures are concerned, each in their respective areas and areas of concern. Our aim is to contribute together to the internal coherence and harmony between the different components of our societies which we represent, and also to promote understanding between the members of the international community regardless of the ethnic, religious, or whatever differences they may exist. I'd like to conclude also with the words of His Majesty when he said that whereas politics addresses the citizens, religion addresses their souls, and dialogue addresses itself to their civilization. I hope that we shall be able to make this Marrakesh conference for interfaith dialogue a landmark in the efforts made in order to agree on a system that can promote cooperation between parliamentarians and religious leaders, and also to deepen the dialogue between religions and faiths through the creation of a committee, a joint committee made by His Majesty the King when this is the proposal that the Moroccan Parliament adopts and endorses, and it will work with the IPU to make sure we give it substance. We believe that the interfaith dialogue has to be an institutional action, a sustainable action in order to achieve our objectives as far as peace and security are concerned, and also contribute to economic and social development and preserve the rights and dignity of human beings, make sure that we fight any inclination towards bigotry. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much indeed.
الكلمة الآن
The Speaker, the floor is now for the President of the Interparliamentary Union, Mr. Duarte Pacheco. The floor is yours, sir. Go ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Kingdom of Morocco, Mr. Speaker of the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco, Madam Speakers, Speakers of Parliament, parliamentarians, religious leaders. It is, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to address you in this moment with some opening remarks about the topic of the general debate, Parliament and religious leaders promoting dialogue, working together for our common future. Last year, the IPU began its study on the engagement of parliaments with religion and belief. On that moment, I gave one interview about this topic. And one of the questions was if I believe that the parliaments should engage with religion and belief in their work to promote more peaceful and inclusive societies. My answer was no, not at all. Portugal, my country, is a secular state, and the parliaments should not spend time with these issues. Of course, if my answer was just these words, maybe we will not be here today to discuss these issues. Because after it, I answer a little bit more. And I say, yes, we are a secular state. However, while religion and belief are separate in my country, still we acknowledge that around 85% of the people identify with a religion. In Portugal, they are mostly Catholic. And for some of those people, religion is very important. It affects how people live their lives and the decisions they make. It can affect how they vote. If I look around the world, I can say that this is true in many of our societies. And so, if we parliamentarians represent the people, we need to understand what they're feeling about religions as well. Certainly, as parliamentarians, religion or belief should not influence our mandate to uphold the rule of law, human rights and justice. But at the same time, in our responsibility towards the peoples, we must be aware about what influences their values. We must know who, for them, are influential leaders. In many societies, it is the religious leaders, sometimes even more than the politicians. And so, I gave more words in my answer. Religion and belief can be agents of peace and inclusion, but they can also be drivers of conflict. In my country, again, in Portugal, religions are important contributors towards education and in the care of older people. Many schools, many houses for retired people are managed by religious leaders. They share many of the same concerns as parliamentarians, working towards the well-being of our society and communities. So, we should work together. By the same measure, we know that religion and belief can also be drivers of conflict. We see around the world acts of violence committed in the name of religion or targeting religious communities. It is our joint role to stand up against these hate crimes. We must also speak with one voice in saying that terrorism and violent extremism should not be associated with any particular religion or belief. Earlier this year, I had the great privilege of meeting with religious and community leaders of the Sahel, where terrorism is threatening many states. We sat in one room, all together, politicians, imams, priests, and tribal leaders, and we talked and we listened. Terrorism was our common enemy. What connected us with a joint call for the rule of law and human dignity. That's why, as I told you yesterday, Excellencies and Mr. Speaker, I am a Christian, but when I understood what happened in Peshawar, in a mosque, where a bombist attack killed more than 70 people that are just there for praying, I asked the authorities of Pakistan to visit the place, to show the solidarity of the parliamentarian community. And I had the honor to go there and to pray for everyone that died in this place when they are just praying for God. We should always be together fighting terrorism and extremism. And finally, I told my colleagues, dialogue is an important tool to build trust. One of the important functions of parliaments is consultation. We must be in touch with our constituents and listen to their concerns to make sure we remain relevant. What good is a law if it doesn't have buy-in with the community? And friends, to you I say, when I look at our struggling world, we can see what happens where dialogue does not exist. The emergence of competing interests, right abuses, and social fractures. Ladies and gentlemen, we, IPU, all of us, this moment, we are doing history. Because it is the first time that the IPU has organized a general debate where parliamentarians are studying side by side with other key actors. This multi-stakeholder approach wants to reinforce that all of your voices are important, of our voices are important, and that you are not alone in your work to promote more peaceful, inclusive, and just societies. This is the first step, but not the last one. That's why we need to welcome the proposal of His Majesty the Kingdom of Morocco to go ahead with more contacts and to strengthen the links of parliamentarians about interfaith issues. That's why I tell to His Excellency the Speaker of both houses of the Kingdom of Morocco that I, as President of IPU, welcome the proposal presented by Their Excellencies to create a permanent committee in IPU to discuss these issues in our organization. Our inaugural ceremony and the two panels yesterday provide an important framing for the discussions we are to have over the next 2 days. We would like to make this unique general debate meaningful, concrete, and action-oriented. And please remember what we are discussing: interfaith issues, not other political matters that may be relevant to each one of us. But it is not the right stage to discuss the issue. We are here to discuss the interfaith dialogue. We therefore invite you to consider a few questions in your remarks. Firstly, what role can interfaith dialogue play in gathering the rule of law and promoting peace and inclusion? Secondly, what good practices exist where parliamentarians are engaging with representatives of religions or beliefs or civil society to build more peaceful, just, and inclusive societies? Thirdly, what challenge to peace, inclusion, or the rule of law are facing the parliaments, representatives of religions and beliefs, and civil society at national, regional, and international level? And finally, how can parliaments engage better with representatives of religions and beliefs and civil society to address common concerns? These are top questions, my friends. They require honesty and also accountability. But I think it's this honesty, this spirit of dialogue that will bring us together to look in the same direction and to work for a better tomorrow where our future generations can prosper. This is why we came to Marrakesh, to create history. We are doing this, and we should honor what everyone is waiting for us. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much indeed, Mr. President. Thanks very much indeed. I'd like to invite Mrs. Nazia Ghania. Am I correct in spelling your Ghania? Nazila Ghania, the rapporteur on religious freedom, particularly, to take the floor. The floor is yours, ma'am. Go ahead. Thank you.
Shukran jazilan.
Thanks very much indeed.
Excellencies, distinguished guests. The IPU president just invited us to engage in discussion that is meaningful, concrete, and tangible. I have to say that in the 11 months that I have held the mandate of the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion or Belief, this encounter with the IPU and your initiative has been one of the most meaningful encounters that I have had, because of its enormous potential to reach a different level of society, a different cadre of governmental authorities that are, as you say, deeply engaged at the grassroots and can make a very concrete and tangible impact on this field. Yesterday was very moving in reflecting the commitment, the good faith, and the interest of all of us for love, unity, peace, and understanding. But the situation on the ground is not so positive, and I want to share from my personal story so that maybe it will encourage all of us to go beyond our prepared speeches and make this more personal. I also have my prepared speech, but you have emboldened me to start with the personal. According to my supreme leader, I am impure and I'm dangerous. You should not mix with me. You should not visit me in my house, and you should certainly not have the tea that I may serve you. According to the laws of my country of origin, my late father was an apostate who deserved to be killed because he changed his faith. I'm a professor at Oxford, but I should have been in my country of origin, bullied in school, absolutely denied any kind of tertiary education, any civil service post, and certainly no role in the education sector, because again, I would be deemed dangerous. I have been unable to visit my country of origin for 44 years. And this Sunday, I will remember 10 women who were killed 40 years ago in the city of my birth, Shiraz. These 10 Baha'i women were 10 of hundreds that were killed for their religion, and dozens that are still in prison. Of course, I'm not alone. When we look around us, in every society without exception, there are violations happening on the basis of religion or belief. Freedom of religion or belief is being denied to some in our countries, to those around us. Discrimination on the basis of religion or belief is being suffered in all of our societies. And violations in the name of religion or belief to the human rights of others are being perpetuated in our societies. So, starting with that reality check, let's channel the energy and the positivity of this conference into connecting with those realities in every society around the world. Indeed, there is a great potential for positive change that the title of this general debate offers. This potential is something of which I'm reminded of every day in the role of the UN Special Rapporteur on freedom of religion or belief. But the opposite is also true. The obstruction of dialogue between parliamentarians, religion and belief representatives, and leaders working against one another also occurs. Yet there are so many issues which we share and we need to confront together. Environmental disaster, global warming, armed conflict, radicalization, and the erosion of legal standards, again, are very real and very worrying trends in many parts of the world. The sheer scale of these interrelated crises risk giving us a sense of hopelessness. But this makes it even more important for us to take regular stock in a space such as this as to how significant the impact of our thoughts, words, and deeds as parliamentarians, as religion or belief representatives and leaders, certainly, but also academics, diplomats, researchers, civil servants, activists, and others can have on the actual enjoyment of the human rights of our fellow human beings around the world. This is the only way out of these crises, together. It is with this in mind that my next report to the United Nations, to the General Assembly, will be looking concretely at the enjoyment of freedom of thought, conscience, religion, or belief at the domestic level. Domestically, where we reside, what are the obstacles and opportunities? Who are the actors, governmental and otherwise, that tangibly impact the enjoyment or the restriction of our freedom of thought, conscience, religion, or belief? What is the impact of the attitudes, the prejudices, the kindness, the compassion, the understanding that makes human rights a lived reality in our daily lives for everyone? Through our ongoing communication with rights holders, this mandate is constantly reminded of how interconnected the web of actors are on whom we as human beings at the grassroots depend. For the holders of marginalized religions and beliefs, and I don't mean marginalized to diminish their humanity. Of course, they are powerful and they are equal, but they may be marginalized because of cultural, social, and other factors. For the holders of marginalized religions or beliefs, threats can arise almost anywhere, and oppression may begin even at birth. Many women may lack access to maternal health care or equal and adequate health care because of their religion or belief. The newborn child is denied recognition of their religion or belief identity or identity cards altogether, or even citizenship because of their religion or belief. Discrimination of this kind, if not outright persecution, follows those rights holders through the education system, where there may be pressure on them to forcibly convert. I'm all for people openly and freely investigating religion or belief, but forcibly convert, or to be pressured and bullied and discriminated, or given lower grades, or failed at school because of their religion or belief. This may follow them through to the employment sphere, where they don't have access to many professions, to the civil service, to leadership positions, to the role that many of you hold, to being parliamentarians in their countries. Why? Because of their religion or belief. They may face harassment, bullying, and violence from employers or colleagues, or merely be denied the right to take their holy days off because their religion or belief is not recognized. For many religion or belief communities, the collective activities of worship or teaching can provide vital sustenance in the face of such prejudice or oppression. However, these activities too are likely to be inhibited in these contexts. Local authorities or relevant ministries may deny these groups permission to establish places of worship. Indigenous communities, indigenous peoples often find the territory which hold a special spiritual meaning and with which they have a special spiritual bond going back millennia, subjected to land-grabbing efforts by states or private enterprises. What is worse is that places of worship are often subjected to direct attacks, mob violence, and desecration. You know, I think yesterday on the panel, again, there was a moment where we were reminded that we might be majorities and in power in one part of the world. Some communities are not a majority or in power anywhere in the world, but for many, we may be a majority in one place, but we are a minority in another. And I think without exception, all of us have had our places of worship attacked. And we should stand together in solidarity for all of these attacks to be stopped. As you said, Mr. President, it doesn't matter whose place of worship has been attacked. That is an assault on all of us. There may be attempted murder of religion or belief representatives and leaders and worshippers, or detainment and torture in prison. My mandate has communicated on many instances of this, where the protection of law enforcement and government authorities falls short. In fact, the government authorities are at the forefront of encouraging and participating in such violence. The fear of repercussions from a prejudiced majority, if not government authority itself, impacts even lawyers that should be standing up for the rights of these minorities. Lawyers and judges may outrightly abdicate their professional responsibilities, or they may be threatened and imprisoned for standing up for the rights of these people marginalized because of their religion or belief. The climate of intolerance which motivates these situations is often aggravated by the architecture of the online environment, which encourages groupthink and can accelerate the development of violent and extremist views. In such an environment, adopting populist and intolerant views against widely disrespected or unrecognized, invisible minorities can unfortunately become profitable at the ballot box. And I appeal to you to stand against this. Far from addressing the crises that we must collectively face, cynically encouraging or profiteering from this division brings us only to what Frederick Lachelle described as the highest level of his model of conflict escalation, together into the abyss. Now, parliamentarians and religion or belief representatives and leaders are very well placed to counteract these trends and these tendencies through dialogue and collaboration. It starts with ensuring that the legal order of which parliamentarians are the custodians is non-discriminatory on the basis of religion or belief, that religions and beliefs are treated equally under the law. Ongoing dialogue is necessary to ensure that the constitutional and legal framework offers adequate protection to all, including non-belief. And so-called dissident minorities are also included. Of course, dissent is only a matter of perspective. Dialogue is fundamental. It is also fundamental in the development and drafting of legislation, which requires ongoing dialogue with a variety of religious and belief communities. Indeed, international human rights standards require us to involve minorities in public life and to engage them in all matters that concern them. The awareness of diversity arises from dialogue and helps us ensure that nobody is left behind and that we benefit from the experience and expertise of a variety of religious and belief groups. I'm coming to an end. Apologies if I'm overrunning. In order to combat everyday prejudice, which can be exercised with impunity by civil servants, including at the local level, parliamentarians are well placed to develop laws and protocols to ensure that rights holders have avenues for redress and legal accountability. Along with religious and belief communities, parliamentarians can develop awareness-raising opportunities, educational and training processes, including for state authorities, such as the judiciary, law enforcement, and municipal authorities, in order to address the attitudes which are often the root causes of the everyday violations of freedom of religion or belief around the world. Both parliamentarians and religion or belief representatives and leaders have public profiles that can be a vital bulwark against escalating hatred, violent extremism, and violence. This requires courage and bravery to stand up for the rights and safety and well-being of those who we may disagree with on theological grounds and on very fundamental issues, yet they are our brothers and sisters and have our shared humanity and enjoy dignity. All of this may be easier said than done. It is all too profitable to contribute to and to benefit from the performative marginalization of those who differ from us on the basis of their religion or belief. However, we need to strategize and strengthen our resolve to address this. And with this standing committee at the IPU, I think the collective potential of doing this together is far improved, and I'm grateful for this. So, before I leave, in summary, what are some of the prerequisites to effective interfaith dialogue. We need to know one another, including those that are most excluded and unrecognized and invisible in our societies because of the prejudice that they suffer because of their religion or belief. We need to recognize and acknowledge the humanity and dignity of these brothers and sisters. We need to allow the existence, the activities, and the personal status laws of these religions and beliefs. We need to ensure that they do not suffer from discrimination. We need to meet them, to encounter them, to consort and consult with them, and to invite them to our events and to the spaces which can ensure that their voice is heard and their rights are upheld. Only then does interfaith have any depth, any meaning, and any reach. Without this, peace, the rule of law, and inclusion remain a speech alone. Thank you.
Well, thanks are extended. Thanks very much. Would like to thank you, the Mohammedia Arab League, who is a partner in this very important event, the Dr. Ahmed Al-Abbadi, the president of the Rabita Mohammedi League. The floor is yours, sir. In the name of Allah, most merciful, most compassionate, the Honorable Speaker, Mr. Chair, the Honorable Distinguished dear attendees, ladies and gentlemen, I would like, gentleman is shifting to English.
Promoting dialogue, working together for our common future. What a challenge. What a challenge. Societies that are the depository of such a labor, of such initiatives, are to be understood. For those societies are not blocks, are not just, as Thomas Hope said back in 1651, leviathans. They are living beings, and they are granularities. And if we do not understand who are those communities, how do they function, our approaches would not be as fruitful as we wish. When we say society, this would mean family, this would mean childhood, this would mean adolescence, this would mean youth, this would mean organizers, inspirers, this would mean people who are ruling over those societies, proposing. So it's granularity. And we need to comprehend those societies as such. Keeping in mind that those components are also nuanced. Children and kids in Washington, D.C. are not kids in Texas, in one country. Here in Morocco, kids in Harawiyin are not kids in Switzerland and in any other country. So the name is the same, kids, but it is very nuanced. And we need to be aware of those nuances. Kids to be accompanied are not to be lectured. They are to be played with. And our societies seem to have forgotten the art of playing. Because even games and gamification have become industrialized, and they are profit-oriented. The messages that are in the video games today mostly are not this positive, and we should reinvent. There are some very beautiful best practices, namely in Finland. There is a place in Helsinki called Game Factory, where there is a lot of creativity to talk to kids, to transmit the constructive messages that would allow them to be partners in their society's elevation and capacitation. We can say the same about families. How can we allow ourselves to fund a family, to start a family without a driver's license? Many of us, after the vanishing of the extended family in our world, do not know how to drive themselves, nor how to drive a family. And yet, they start those families lacking the basic capacities to deal with their own families. Talking about inspiration, this inspiration also is instrumentalized and manipulated, and we should address all those matters. So societies are composed by human beings. Who are human beings? What are we talking about at the end of the day? What is it about at the end of the day? There are at least 9 dimensions to each of us. There is the existential dimension, the map, this Weltanschauung, as the Germans call it, worldview, cosmology. What are the things and ideas and concepts that are in our minds about ourselves and about life, about death, about time? And those matters are in oblivion. We do not address them as efficiently as we should. And nobody talks about those edifying concepts that a child, that an adolescent, a youth, a human being in general should internalize. Our educational systems do not address this sufficiently. Because if you take the notion of time, for instance, it is not just through transmitting literally the works of Henry Bergson or of Martin Heidegger that the notion of time would be clear in the minds of people. We need some interpretation here of those philosophical approaches to be vulgarized and to be rendered accessible to humans, to understand and to, of course, manage this existential dimension of theirs. There's the intellectual dimension. The majority of us haven't learned, haven't been accompanied to acquire the capacity to think properly, how to observe, how to triangulate, how to compare, how to anticipate, how to decide. Those are capacities and competencies that are also in oblivion. We are left on our own to manage how to think. But there is not something that is teleological that lead us to think. 3, emotionally wise. Each one of us hosts at least 104 emotions. We do not know those emotions. There is an emotional illiteracy, and no one, or almost no one, addresses those in the educational system. There are some works, such as Bernie Brown's or other works, that are trying to bring those knowledges to human beings throughout the world. But it is not as sufficient as it should be. Society, what is society? We've talked about that. International dimension, what is this United Nations, this IUP, those organizations, security, what are those matters? And we can go on and go on talking about those dimensions. The universe, which is surrounding us, have we received some education to learn why the sky is blue properly and in a constructive, organic way? Then the memory. What is in our memories about ourselves, about humanity, about life, and about what is going on? Those grievances, those rats that we touch and see in humanity. Why did they infiltrate our common memories? And how to do a psychoanalysis to cure those traumas that are growing and inflating and leading to all those conflicts. And then the dreams, the common dream, would be the ninth aspect. Did we learn how to dream? Or are those muscles of dreaming in atrophy? So humans are not just brains and bodies to feed and to school to prepare them for the job markets. They are beyond all this. And as a matter of fact, religions are the great dimension that addresses some of those matters. Religion is about happiness at the end of the day. طه ما أنزلنا عليك القرآن لتشقى بل لتسعد. Amazing grace. It's about love, about transcendence, about mutual understanding, mutual recognition. And the religious leaders do have this task upon their shoulders. Parliamentarians, they are the interpreters of the heartbeats of their communities, of the aspirations of their communities. So it's not an antagonism. It's not something that is separated. Parliamentarians and religious leaders, they are partners. And each one of those two realms do have a job description and a tasks description, and we need to live up to those. So, what is it about at the end of the day? We are facing some very burning issues in our world. And I would like here to recall what Carl Sagan said once, talking about the planet Earth, and that it was a little, tiny, pale blue dot suspended in a sunbeam. And our species, our extended family here, is to live up to face those great burning issues. Actually, they are in the number of 7. 1, environment. We are killing our Mother Earth. And she, I'm not saying it, is about to say basta, a big-heartedly basta, because she can do it without us, we cannot do it without her. So environment is a very burning issue. What world are we delivering to our next generations? You know what? We are like this greedy kid who came back from school before his brothers and sisters and found a beautiful cake made by his mother, and he ate it all without leaving any piece to his brothers and sisters. This is what our generations now look like, the way we shower, the way we... 2, there is this fear that is toxic, that is killing us, that is pushing us to acquire 17, I'm going now to pronounce a number. We do spend yearly basis on weaponry $17 trillion. There are some direct expenditures and indirect expenditures. $17 trillion divided by humans, they would give us 2,280 and some dollars each. Imagine that this amount given to a family in Somaliland, for instance, that counts 10 people. They would live like kings. But we are just wasting it because of fear. Fear is as toxic as it is making us spoil and miss those great opportunities we do have. 3, there is this threatment of war between titans of our world. Imagine a nuclear rocket hitting the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean or Pacific Ocean. Magma comes out, game over. So it's very serious. It is not just a combine thing, it's functional. 4, we are great wasters. I'm just going to focus on one aspect of our waste. We discuss every year 80 million theses, 80 million person years every year. How do we orient this energy of thinking? What problem could stand in front of 80 million years every year of cogitation if we were to pose correctly our problems. And then we have artificial intelligence that is like a tidal tsunamic wave. We cannot process it because it's going faster than what our psyches could handle, what our intellects could handle, what our communities could handle. And it takes some cogitation to comprehend and to try to process, otherwise we're not certain about the future that would come. Briefly, and I would like to conclude by this. We have those great burning issues. If we were to work together, trying to comprehend what our societies are, what our religions are, what humans we are, and try to elevate platforms, I recommend that we not split from this illustrious meeting, which is a premiere, before engaging in launching some sustainable platforms and forums in which would continue this dialogue, to face those burning issues, to launch and unleash creativity and clarity and beauty, to have propositional forces. Our religions are depositories of great wisdoms. What if we started digging in our religions to bring out lights that are in them, and share them, trying to solve those problematics that are very serious? I believe very firmly that it takes not just coordination nor harmonization, it takes symphonization. Like in an orchestra with a multitude of instruments, if there is not a shared symphony nor well-studied partitions and distributed partitions, it will be cacophonia and not a symphony. I invite ourselves to rethink about the symphony that we want to hear being played in our world, and the legacy that we want to transmit to our coming generations. And definitely, it is not something that we can attain by just pious wishes. It takes a lot of work, but with great maestros and mentors like yourselves, I'm quite confident that we are going to prevail. Thank you for your attention.
شكرا أستاذ.
Thank you very much, Professor Abbadi.
Speeches. I open the debate. I get a list of many. Can I call them players of the symphony? Absolutely. So the first, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker of Zimbabwe, my friend Jacob Francis, you get the floor. So please, if you can join us. And he will be followed by Mr. Matanya Yadid, co-director of the Mosaicus Religious Mediation Initiative. Is it here?
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, having listened to the introductory remarks, I was not sure whether I was going to produce a cacophone or a symphony. Be that as it may, I will proceed with my task. The general debate on parliaments and religious leaders promoting dialogue, working together for a common future, is a complex phenomenon which is not easy to unravel in its nuances. From the outset, it can be conjectured that parliaments, or indeed parliamentarians, share a symbiotic relationship with the religious leaders. Both parliamentarians and religious leaders are creatures of the citizenry. Citizens elect parliamentarians to constitute the institution of parliament, which plays the tripartite roles of legislation, representation, and executive oversight in the secular mold of serving the citizens as guided by constitutional and/or parliamentary democracy and the rule of law applicable to the citizenry. On the other hand, religious leaders are also chosen or anointed from the same populace, but on the basis of theocracy and theological praxis. The legislator, through parliament, shares the hallowed responsibility with the religious leader to promote dialogue and collegiate interface to ensure that citizens obey the rule of law, including those who profess their religion or belief, so that the normative morality of the law and that of religious tenets or beliefs creates beneficial mutual coexistence among citizens of a state. In that way, our common future of coexistentialism will be well grounded. On that score, ladies and gentlemen, let me extol some of the country torchbearers in promoting dialogue between and among parliaments and religious leaders. Indonesia has fully fledged Ministry of Religious Affairs, which continues to take an active role in promoting interfaith dialogues, both within Indonesia as well as in the world's arena. The Thai parliament has standing committees which endeavor to significantly accentuate interfaith and intercultural cooperation in Thailand. Furthermore, the Australian Parliament has established various interfaith councils for dialogue. Additionally, the Ugandan Parliament has pioneered the establishment of interreligious council for interfaith dialogue in the country. Lest we forget, the Kingdom of Morocco has also been in the forefront in promoting dialogue between its parliament and religious leaders since World War II. It is therefore imperative that our conceptualization of the interfaith dialogue must be predicated on the individual's freedom of conscience. That is why in Zimbabwe, Parliament promulgated the national constitution through Amendment number 20 in 2013. And in Section 60 of the Constitution of Zimbabwe affirms the sacrosanct nature of religion and beliefs as a fundamental right based on the freedom of conscience. And when it peremptorily opines that, and I quote, first, every person has the right to freedom of conscience, which includes A, the freedom of thought, opinion, religion, or belief, and B, the freedom to practice and propagate and give expression to their thought, opinion, religion, or belief, whether in public or in private, or whether alone or together with others. Secondly, no person may be compelled to take an oath that is contrary to their religion or belief, or to take an oath in a manner that is contrary to their religion or belief. Thirdly, parents and guardians of minor children have the right to determine, in accordance to their beliefs, the moral and religious upbringing of their children, provided they do not prejudice the rights of which their children are entitled under this Constitution, including their rights to education, health, safety, and welfare. Finally, any religious community may establish institutions where religious instructions may be given, even if the institution received a subsidy or other financial assistance from the state, unquote. How can we advocate for interreligious dialogue between parliamentarians and religious leaders in a sustainable manner? Both must embrace common values such as fundamental rights of democracy, the rule of law, and the recognition of human dignity, which espouses our humaneness, the being of personhood, embraced by the African anthropological and philosophical tenet of Ubuntu, Ubuntu, which means I am because you are, and you are because we are. How can this be possible when today there are around 10,000 religions worldwide, with more than 50% of world's population affiliated to Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, and others against several distinctive parliamentary dispensations? That's the question. It is possible through the faith-based...
Mr. Speaker, if you can conclude, please. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. You do it in your parliament. I should do it for the, for the management.
I can't understand Arabic.
Thank you.
I have no interpretation. If I may be allowed, Your Excellency and President, it is possible, therefore, to use faith-based diplomacy to ensure that we live under and within inclusive societies. Accordingly, parliaments and indeed parliamentarians and religious leaders are duty-bound to be apostolic in the quest of interreligious dialogue at law and in law, as well as theocratically and theologically. Thank you for your attention. Merci beaucoup. Asante sana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make the call second time for Ms. Matanya Yadid. Is it here in the room? So we go directly to His Excellency, the Speaker of the Federal National Council of the United Arab Emirates, Sayyid Rais.
The floor is yours. I'd like to remind you, the speakers, they have only 6 minutes allocated, and and the other presidents of delegations, they have 3 minutes, not more, not less, so that we can. Dear brother Rashid Talibi Al-Alami, the Speaker of the lower house in the government of Morocco, the Honorable Nami Reda, the President and Speaker of the upper house in Morocco, the President of the UIP in the Arab world and in Africa, Mr. Edward Ichoku, President of the UIP, dear attendees, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and the blessing of Allah be on you. I'm honored and privileged to extend sincere and heartfelt thanks to the government of Morocco, in particular for the welcome extended and hospitality extended to us, and would like to thank IUP and all behind the convening this important event, more particularly with regard to the choice of the topic, which highlights the importance. And we have come from different countries with different ethnical, cultural backgrounds, more particularly, but we are sitting under the first human roof because it entails dialogue, tolerance, and more particularly, so dear attendees, excellencies, I wanted to stop, highlight one reality that was quite an important foundation for the building of the human civilization, is that the civilizations are built, they grow and prosper when there is cultural thinking and religious diversity of the people as a landmark, more particularly in order to boost and thinking. And this is a reality that highlights the importance of another reality, is that the interfaith dialogue, more particularly, is not necessarily one party aspiring to achieve victory over the other, but it does not mean unifying the vision on a particular issue, but also exploring the similarities, particularly, and differences, particularly, so that we can overcome the challenges and build up for tolerance and building human dignity, more particularly, in which are going to vanish all speeches of dissent and religious bigotry. And these are, ladies and gentlemen, the most important and lofty values that formed the content of the document that was really made in Abu Dhabi back in 2019, particularly spearheaded by Dr. Ahmed Tayyib, the Sheikh of Al-Azhar Sharif, and the Pope, and the patronage of His Royal Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. And this is the very document that brings together the various religions and various colors and various people, particularly. And so the document has really highlighted the importance of the interfaith dialogue.
This is exactly what humanity is trying to achieve, and this document has come up with the foundations for coexistence between the different faiths in the world. It has sought to open the door for acceptance and dignity for all, so that we can reject bigotry and extremism and seek to promote the viewpoints of everyone in society, so that we may have a society that deals with specific differences of the society. Ladies and gentlemen, it goes without saying that the humanity needs dialogue more than anything, more than at any past time, because of the cultural revival that is happening, and also given the major change that has affected the media sector and the gap that exists between different peoples around the world. Therefore, we need, that is, through parliamentary diplomacy, to take into consideration or to rise to the challenge of promoting interfaith dialogue by the adherents of all faiths and religions, and also to make sure we close gaps as far as our views are concerned, in order to promote a rallying humanitarian culture that transcends racism and extremism and spreads the message of and essence of religions, which insists on accepting the other, believing in difference and in coexistence, which is based on tolerance. In this regard, I would like to insist on the role that reflects the vision of the State of the United Arab Emirates by supporting the various initiatives, international initiatives aimed at promoting the culture of peace and coexistence between countries. My country has also hosted many conferences and forums, as well as initiatives that seek to promote interfaith and cultural dialogue, and also promote its role in furthering peace and tolerance between the adherents of various faiths. Thus, the Abraham Accord has been has served as a means for promoting peace in the region, to put an end to a conflict that has been around for 70 years. And the House of Abraham was a rallying point for understanding and concord between the followers of the three monotheistic religions. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we remember that 3 years ago we faced a pandemic, the corona pandemic, that has affected all countries and governments in the world, and it has confirmed two facts. In fact, it did not distinguish between one ethnic group or another, or between a man and a woman. Second, our collective will and determination to lead a common life led us to work together and to transcend all differences together, and to come up with solutions together. Whether we like it or not, we are on board or on the same boat, and we shall not be able to navigate the waters ahead except if we make tolerance and common joint action prevail. Therefore, we're called upon as parliamentarians, as representatives of our peoples, to work in order to come up with the means to strengthen and spread the culture which is rooted in coexistence and tolerance, and thus address the various the forms of strife affecting the world. And therefore, we also are called upon to come up with a roadmap, working together with the other stakeholders in society to also draw come up with a roadmap for the international parliamentary action in order to promote the culture of dialogue and tolerance, so that we may together live under the one house, that is the house of humanity, and preserve and respect our differences. Thank you very much. Once again, my country would like to extend its sincere thanks to the Kingdom of Morocco, and I wish this conference every success. Thank you.
Very much indeed, Mr. Chair of the Federal National Council of the Emirates. I'd like to ask the panelists to stay within the allocated time, specific, so that we really run and manage time appropriately without any challenges posed as far as time is concerned. Mr. Vito will be our next speaker, Apostolic Nuncio of Morocco. The honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, allow me first and foremost to thank you immensely for this invitation extended to me to talk to you on behalf of the Pope, particularly on this conference. We live in a world where fragmentation, division, and competition are rife and have become really quite important elements. So the world of the jungle prevails over the civilized world, and so this is not correct, more particularly, and this does not make it possible to harvest all the fruit, more particularly that our world hopes to harvest, and so particularly human fraternity and the dialogue constitute genuinely the pillars for building our future and so particularly we need to do all we can in order to really employ it, implement it. For quite many religions really are division factors from their perception, which generate sometimes violence. However, and so it's not religions as such that constitutes a hurdle and a problem, but in religions offer, on the contrary, solutions, more particularly to the problems. The believers need to respect other believers, and particularly religion can contribute to reconcile people and bring their differences to a halt. And so particularly religious and so we need not just promote the most popular argument, but then people need to keep religion needs to keep its specific nature, particularly, and which represent those. Particularly, there is need to find an appropriate ground for reconciliation, and there is a duty that weighs heavily in the balance of the politicians and draft and lawmakers, particularly, to guarantee the right for freedom and the right for worshipping, and particularly the freedom of exhibiting one's own religion, more particularly, and so in the private or in the public spheres, particularly. And so on this very level, the Pope Francis declared during his apostolic trip to Morocco, we believe that God has created humans, particularly, and has called these humans to live in a brotherhood and to expand charity. This is the reason why the freedom of conscience but is not limited to the freedom of worship, but makes it possible for everyone to enjoy his freedom. Particularly, this is linked to the human dignity and the upholding of the human dignity. Interfaith dialogue really does not go along the lines whereby we are going to use a dual discourse, particularly. Speaking about really to the others, and particularly authentic dialogue needs to be sincere and pure, and need to seek to develop understanding of the other, and this dialogue needs to be respectful. And so it's not necessary to talk, but there is need to listen, particularly to listen to another perspective, another prospect, particularly, and to develop and develop mutual understanding. Interfaith dialogue helps us to avail ourselves of the relevant experiences available to the others, and particularly people from different creeds. And so if we want to live together, it's necessary to really respect the other, which is quite different, and particularly really grooming friendship and making it grow between people of different creeds. Good intentions are important, and particularly, but they need to be implemented fully and squarely. Particularly, the interfaith dialogue and religious leaders dialogue is quite important, and this is particularly, we need to respect the culture of the other, and particularly we need to respect the spirituality, as is and we all strive to really initiate an authentic and sincere dialogue, and that will make it possible for us to develop understanding of the viewpoints of the other, a dialogue that really deals with the concrete and tangible life of the individuals, particularly, and so for the welfare and well-being of others. Politicians and lawmakers particularly need to nurture the culture of dialogue, more particularly, of meeting ground. Religions have the duty to pursue this dialogue and mutual understanding and cooperation. As Pope Francis, and I'm quoting, there is need to host the other in his particularity, and there is need for mutual growth and mutual prosperity, particularly while being respectful and mindful of the other. This is so the building of bridges is quite important between human beings from interfaith dialogue, and this calls us for really living together within fraternity. Allow me to close to assure you of the contribution of the Pope to continue to work towards really building for the future of every community. I'd like to thank you for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. Back to you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks very much indeed, Your Excellency. The floor is for our Speaker, Mr. Rouane Abdou, Speaker of the Comore Islands. The floor is yours.
The next will be Ambassador Andrea Benzo, Special Envoy for Religious Freedom and Interfaith Dialogue. If he's in the room, please join. Next speaker here, please.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, Excellency, Mr. Rachid Talbi Alami, Speaker of the House of Representatives in the Kingdom of Morocco, and dear friend. Your Excellency Nam Mayara, Speaker of the House of Councillors, Kingdom of Morocco, Mr. Eduardo Pacheco, President of the International Parliamentary Union, Mr. Martin Shekom, Secretary General of the Interparliamentary Union, Excellencies, Speakers of the National Assemblies, distinguished members of Parliament, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I would like first of all to thank, on behalf of my delegation, His Majesty King Mohammed VI, King of Morocco, and the President of the IPU, and the Speakers of the House of Representatives, and the Speaker of the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco for the generous invitation and the measures taken to enable us to meet here today. I also wish to thank the authorities and people of Morocco for the fraternal welcome and the way we were received here in this country, a country that is devoted to peace and security. The message of His Majesty King Mohammed VI has opened our eyes. This message was read by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mr. Rachid Talbi Alami. The debate we are having at this conference is how to promote dialogue and work together for a common future. Each speaker will address this based on his or her country's concern. As far as my country, in the Comore Islands, the majority of the population is Muslim, and there is a small minority that believes in other faiths, and there is great harmony between the various components. The Constitution says that Islam is the religion of the state, but it also stipulates that the state takes from this religion the principles of the Sunni and Shafi'i rights. But we have to point out that the Constitution rejects any forms of discrimination based on religion or any other consideration, and it guarantees fundamental freedoms for all citizens. Since the beginning of the years 2000, there are personnel and staff trained in different Islamic countries, and this has led to some frictions between the ulema and the scholars, and this has led the state authorities and religious authorities in my country to undertake the necessary consultations to supervise religious practices. The Grand Mufti of the religion, which is the highest religious authority, plays a key role as far as moderation is concerned. The measures taken include the law adopted in 2008 regarding religious practices in the Comoro Islands, and provided the framework, which is the Sunni Shafi'ite right, which upholds the respect for differences in our world today. There are major stakes involved, economic stakes that are at the heart of life in my country, and that is why the parliamentary institutions, as part of implementing their mission, have to take into consideration that they promote a spirit based on concord and rooted in harmony in order to rise to the various issues related to development. My delegation and myself are happy to be able to share with you our modest experience, and I hope that we will be able to continue to enrich ourselves mutually and to complement each other based on the different experiences of each country through this conference. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. The floor.
Excellency Ambassador Andrea Benzo, Special Envoy for Religious Freedom and Interfaith Dialogue. The next will be Your Excellency Emmanuel Sinzogera, Speaker of the Senate Burundi. Le président du Sénat de Burundi sera le prochain intervenant. You get the floor. Thanks.
I'd like to thank the Interparliamentary Union, the Parliament of the Kingdom of Morocco, and the co-organizers for convening and co-hosting this event. I congratulate them on this valuable and timely initiative, and I'm very grateful to them for their visionary remarks and initiatives. Italy attaches the utmost importance to the protection of freedom of religion or belief and to the promotion of interfaith dialogue and cooperation. These two goals lie at the heart of our foreign policy, and we are increasing our efforts to advance them. We pursue the protection of freedom of religion or belief and the promotion of interfaith dialogue in a simultaneous way and as two mutually reinforcing goals. In doing so, we are fully aware of the urgency to act in response to religious or belief discrimination and the need to work with religious actors to achieve better and more sustainable results on this front. FORB should not be advanced only on a purely intergovernmental level, but through a multi-stakeholders approach that involves also religious actors, both leaders and community members. Religious or belief actors have the same responsibility as secular institutions in this regard and should act as FORB advocates, not only for their own communities, but for all. If interfaith dialogue is not coupled with religious freedom, it will involve only leaderships and therefore will remain largely ineffective. By the same token, religious freedom can flourish and become a driver for positive change only through dialogue and cooperation at the grassroots level among people of all religious affiliations who should not simply coexist within silos, but rather enrich one another in a constant process of cross-fertilization of ideas. FORB is not a Western concern, and I believe that today's congregation is a clear demonstration of this, but a universal and fundamental need of every person, wherever in the world. While much work has been done on common principles, also thanks to interfaith dialogue initiatives, we still need to multiply efforts to translate general statements into concrete policies and measures that can have a positive impact on people's life. The achievement of full equality is the duty of both secular and religious actors, each of them in their own domains. When people are discriminated against or even persecuted on account of their religion or belief, stability, prosperity, and peace are under threat. When a religious community suffers, the whole society is at risk. We are living at a time when religion is increasingly instrumentalized and even weaponized. Religions should remain a force for peace. States, international organizations, and religious or belief actors should cooperate in good faith to preserve and advance human dignity as a common principle inspiring all religions and beliefs. I thank you.
Thank you very much. La parole, Monsieur le Président du Sénat du Burundi. Le prochain, the next one will be National Convener of Bharatiya Sarva Dharma Sansad, Mr. Goswami Sushil Maharaj. Vous avez la parole, Monsieur le Président.
Honorable Président du Parlement, si présent,
Distinguished participants, distinguished parliamentarians, honorable leaders of religious groups, representatives of civil societies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good morning to you all. It is a great honor for me to express my sincere thanks and gratitude to the Parliament of the Kingdom of Morocco and the International Parliamentary Union for the excellent welcome extended to us since we arrived in Marrakesh. It is a great honor for me to take part in this conference in order to exchange with you the way we can cooperate together. In a democratic world, each country should authorize and guarantee the convictions, beliefs for a better world for everyone. As parliamentarians, we have a duty to defend cultural diversity, linguistic, racial, and ethnic diversity, as well as religious diversity. These are universal values that we have to celebrate and respect and protect, make sure they are guaranteed within society and as part of civilization so that we can live together in harmony in order to make sure that states work together to promote peace, improve the representation of the different social and religious groups, and to come to the assistance of those who are vulnerable, and also contribute to the enjoyment of a good lifestyles for everyone in Burundi. Civil society have organized conferences in order to exchange on diversity, to sensitize the population to live in political, cultural, and religious harmony. The Constitution of the Burundi respects and guarantees the freedom, basic fundamental freedoms, and religious coexistence is possible for those who want to live in peace. I would like to share with you the experience of my country in order to promote and further interfaith relations. Burundi is building a very big building that will be the seat for the religious practices for Catholics, Muslims, Protestants, and Orthodox. And your contributions are welcome for us to continue implementing this project. Every year, 3 years, we have interfaith prayers in which each religion have an opportunity to spread and disseminate a message regarding the theme adopted for that conference or event. We want to make sure that each person has the right to exercise his or her rights in keeping with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Covenants regarding human rights. Nobody is authorized to engage in discrimination based on culture, race, or color of skin, or religious affiliation. The churches, synagogues, and mosques should coexist in Africa, and if this is properly managed, it will have positive repercussions on societies. But if they are a source or they become a source of insecurity, that means that the leaders, religious leaders, did not rise to their responsibilities. It is part of our strategy in our respective institutions to fight exclusion and intolerance and egocentrism and xenophobia, which lead to discrimination as far as groups and individuals, from which groups and individuals are continuing to suffer because of their ethnic, religious, or cultural sense of belonging. We try to promote a culture rooted in dialogue between the different communities. We have to encourage the dialogue and cooperation, interfaith cultural dialogue, working with the governments and the parliaments and civil society, as well as the groups representing diversity, in order to encourage an active participation by the population to promote peace and security. And this leads us to coexist with other open-minded societies. To conclude, I would like to reiterate my thanks and congratulations to the Moroccan Parliament and the International Parliamentary Union for holding this very important conference, and I look forward to working together to promote diversity, inclusion, long live cooperation and inclusion, and long live the Inter-Parliamentary Union and the Parliament of the Kingdom of Morocco. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thanks very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Mr. Goswami Soshi is not in the room. He's not in the room. And then our next panelist will be Mr. Osman Bogoma, the Speaker of the National Council of Transition in Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso. So while waiting for him to join the session, then I would like to give the floor right away to Professor Adil Al-Ashoumi, the President of the Arab Parliament. Adil Al-Ashoumi will be our next panelist. Mr. Thomas Paul Schumacher, Secretary General, will be the second speaker.
Join the chair. Next speaker.
Excellency, Mr. Speaker, the Speaker of the Lower House of the Government of Morocco, Excellency, the Speaker of the Upper House, and Excellency, dear friend of the IPU, distinguished Secretary General of the International Parliamentarian Organization. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you. Peace and blessing of Allah be with you. I'm honored and privileged in the beginning to express my appreciation and gratitude to take part in this important event, which will address one of the most important issues, is to consolidate the interfaith dialogue, expressing my appreciation, the appreciation of the Arab Parliament to the Parliament of Morocco with its two houses, the lower and upper house, particularly for the efforts that have been made in order to really organize this event appropriately. We would like to thank Morocco for having been behind the appropriate organization of this conference under the patronage of His Majesty the King. May Allah extend his reign, particularly highlighting the importance of the message sent by His Majesty to the attendees of this conference, particularly taking place in Morocco, in order to consolidate Arab and international efforts in order to consolidate interfaith dialogue. Dear attendees, the Arab Parliament attaches quite a lot of importance to interfaith dialogue, since it's the only venue conducive for strengthening relations between various peoples of the world. Today, more than ever before, in my capacity as President of the Arab Parliament, representing 22 Arab countries, we would like to highlight the importance of interfaith dialogue, which has become quite important for not only the presidents and kings of Arab countries, particularly. There are quite a number of initiatives that have been taken throughout the world in order to consolidate interfaith dialogue. Within this regard, I'd like to highlight the importance of the efforts deployed by the Center of King Fahd in Saudi Arabia, particularly on tolerance and ways and means how to promote tolerance between, and the efforts deployed by King Salman bin Abdulaziz of Saudi Arabia and Crown Prince MBC Mohammed, particularly there. I would like also to highlight the declaration that was launched by King Malik, King of Bahrain, as an important document, particularly seeking to consolidate the freedom of worship, and particularly and under the orientation of His Majesty, King of Bahrain. A center, quite an important center, was created and established in Bahrain, and I would like to laud the efforts made by the Crown Prince of Bahrain, so that this center becomes the lighthouse, an important lighthouse to consolidate the dialogue between religions. Quite a number of initiatives, particularly another initiative was taken in Cairo, particularly highlighting the important efforts under the leadership of President Sisi. I would like also to highlight the importance of a document that was signed by Sheikh Al-Azhar and Pope Francis of the Vatican in the Arab Emirates. And this is a very document that launched a new page, particularly of cooperation, and it reflects also the efforts that are being made by the Emirates under the leadership of His Excellency and Royal Highness Sheikh Zayed. International organizations are also quite important contributor to really work towards consolidating the work of parliaments in order to consolidate interfaith dialogue. I'd like to take advantage of my participation to renew really an invitation particularly that was hosted in city of Bologna in Italy, and this led to the creation of a parliamentary platform, particularly in order to increase capacity building of the parliaments, and particularly parliaments need to avail themselves of this opportunity to contribute particularly and implement the recommendations accruing from the Bologna conference into the reality on the ground. I would like also to stress the importance of the culture of dialogue. Particularly, it's not an end in itself, but a means to achieve peace and stability and prosperity. Particularly, there is need to respect the freedom of worship, and I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity, and peace and blessing of God be on you. Thank you. Thanks very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. The floor now, Excellency Secretary General of the Jilicom Alliance. The floor is yours, sir. I'd like to recall our friend, the President of the National Council of Transition of Burkina Faso. Do you want to join us to be the next speaker after the gentleman from Germany?
Thank you very much for getting the chance to take the floor again. As the co-president of Religious for Peace, let me say it very clearly, I'm extremely happy, one of the most happy days of my life, that what Religions for Peace planned together with EPU is happening here. And I'm very happy about the many things said from the floor here, but I have the impression that the more important meeting is out there drinking coffee. A lot of people talking to each other with otherwise never would meet, from religions, from groups, from countries that normally are not on your radar. And I'm personally amazed what chances I have to talk to people where sitting at home, I would have no chance how to hear their perspective on what is going on. So I'm very happy. I would like to mention again, because I have been asked many questions around this when I said the same religion can be the majority here and a minority in another country. If I look at the map of the World Evangelical Alliance, which is 600, 800 million Protestants, it's half by half. In half of the countries, we are either the majority of, the majority of citizens belongs to our churches, or like in Germany, we share it with our Catholic friends, or like in the US with thousands of other churches, that Christianity. And in the other half, we are the minority. But that can be even more complicated. I recall something I did together with Pope Francis. We visited Georgia. Georgia is an example of an absolute Christian majority country, yet it is an Orthodox country, so neither the Pope nor I were really welcome. I'm not going into details. Yeah? We had a very good meeting with the Prime Minister, very good meeting even with the Patriarch. Yeah? So I don't think that this needs to worry us, but it's a typical example that even the three Christian bodies among themselves. And then we visited afterwards Azerbaijan, and in Azerbaijan you have about 500 Catholics and some thousand Protestants. And it was a bit, let me say, funny, because we were very much welcomed by the Muslim leaders there, much more than in Georgia. Yeah? So this shows how complicated the world of religions can be. And I want to just underline one thing that is needed in our discussions here. Most of the countries in the world have a religion that culturally has shaped the history of the country. Sometimes it's two religions and that's it. On the other side, we all speak up, the whole conference is about freedom of religion and beliefs. And this includes minor groups, small groups, old ones, new ones. And we need to find a harmony between those two ideas. FORB is not an idea to go for an extremely secular situation where religion disappears from public. And so to speak, the majority religion is handled like a minority.
Click on this. That's it.
We need a way to assure that a country openly can stand with its religious and cultural history and at the same time proudly give rights for religious minorities and for beliefs. That has to go together. And I think there are a lot of countries that prove that this is possible. Countries where you have a majority religion of 90% and more, and when I visit the country, I see the religious minorities live there happily, and well, they know this is not their country, so to speak, when it comes to the cultural history. Yeah? And I see that this creates peace in a country. While if the majority religion tries to suppress all others, this always leads to unrest in the country that we all do not want. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As a reaction, because I love what you said, but just to recall people here in this room that in this building, in 1994, His Majesty the King Hassan II, who decided to build this, started at that time the WTO organization. It was formed here after 5 days of negotiation between heads of states, and they get agreed to form the World Trade Organization. I'm sure that I'm faithful. I believe what will come. I believe that we're doing a great job, and we'll have not interfaith dialogue only, but an agreement. Sure. Thank you very much. Vous avez la parole, cher ami.
You have the floor, dear friend, Mr. President of the National Council
Conseil de
of
Transition
the
Nationale.
National
The
Transition.
next one will be Mr. Rahman Rahmani, Speaker of the House of the People of Afghanistan. If you are in the room, please join the seats. Next speaker.
Well, thanks very much indeed, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, dear attendees, ladies and gentlemen. Policies come and go. Politics, each elections, politicians come and go. Parliaments really get a new color, but we don't change imams and theology. We don't change a priest each Sunday, and we don't change a rabbi each Sunday. The religious leaders have a stability and a form of stability, and this is stability that is a pawn for legitimacy, and the policy and the population recognize this in the religious leaders more particularly, and this is what we have seen in the reality on the ground, at least in the Burkina Faso case. The Parliament of Burkina Faso, more particularly, has perceived this and seen and has committed itself to achieving a dialogue involving religious leaders in the country, but also initiating a dialogue with customs leaders. We don't talk about quite a lot with traditional leaders. The customs and traditions is a genuine religion in quite many countries, such as the case in Burkina Faso. So in addition to religious leaders, the Assembly has committed discussions, dialogue being initiated, not only with customary leaders and religious leaders, but also our country has, Burkina Faso, is confronted to the issue of terrorism, with risks of dividing the country and stigmatization risk, and dialogue and collaboration with the religious leaders is the only way conducive to a joint future marked by peace, and which is quite important to achieve under the skies of our country. And with the customary and religious leaders, the parliamentarians, MPs in the Burkina Faso, they travel across, they crisscross the city, they cross the country. More than 30 meetings were really made with religious and customary leaders around over the same table. We discussed at the same time of how to solve the problem that our country is going through, the issue of terrorism, how to build together also and boost shared development, a development that is quite inclusive, how to fight against stigmatization, against exclusion. This is to say that we have seen, from our perspective, the central role and key role of the customary and religious leaders are crucial in a co-building of a country that is stable and that enjoys prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, parliamentary diplomacy can and must play a core role in boosting the dialogue with religions, more particularly. And so we are convinced and confident that it's not the religions that are the obstacle standing in the way of boosting the dialogue, but because religions do not speak to each other and consequently do not know each other well and develop understanding. So antagonism and confrontations come from ignorance or from the bad knowledge about the other. And in depth, all religions really pursue the same goal, human development, peace and stability dialogue among the peoples and grassroots populations. Ladies and gentlemen, the MPs and parliamentarians, let's commit ourselves to build a new world whereby the religious diversity is considered not only as a threat but as a wealth for the humanity. In any case, this is what we understood in our country, Burkina Faso. African religions cohabitate with Christian and also Islamic faith. This is why the Transition Assembly and the government of transition in Burkina Faso really keep a constant dialogue and sustained dialogue more particularly and cooperate with the customary and religious leaders in the country in order to resist to intolerance and to curb intolerance and to build together a sustainable peace that is a future, that is joint future. I'd like to thank you immensely for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thanks very much indeed, Mr. President. The floor is for His Excellency, Speaker of the House of Afghanistan.
The next speaker, Honorable Big Friends Fortune Chorombera, President of the Pan-African Parliament. If you are in the room, please join the seat. Next speaker.
In the name of Allah, the Most Merciful, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, to begin with, let me express my gratitude for the gathering of representatives from different countries to promote unity and common beliefs among the different religions of the world. Human relations are strengthened and respected when we have empathy for the beliefs of different religions. The holy religion of Islam, the Muslims, and the people of Afghanistan, who I'm speaking on behalf of, have respected all religions and have always fought and stood against terrorism as well as ethnic and religious extremism. Utilizing the opportunity of your presence, I feel it is essential to communicate important and fundamental points concerning the situation in my country, Afghanistan, and the threats that regional countries and the world may face in the near future. First of all, you are all aware that Afghanistan has been under Taliban rule and control for the past 3 years, and the people of Afghanistan have suffered from dire humanitarian, economic, and human rights conditions, school closure, university unemployment ban for women, for girls and women, as well as other issues. It is an honor for me to be a part of this gathering today, where religious scholars and representatives of all religions are also here. My question to all of you is, do any religions allow the exclusion of a large segment of the society, namely women, from education and employment? The answer, I'm certain, will be no. Unfortunately, the Taliban regime just did that. After coming to power in Afghanistan, it has deprived half of Afghan society, meaning Afghan women and girls, from education, employment, or the right to employment. So I kindly request from all the member countries, representatives of this gathering, especially all the religious scholars and Islamic scholars, to raise our voices by applying the necessary pressure over the Taliban regime and by promoting similar Islamic religious and humanitarian dialogues that the Taliban let our Afghan sisters' right to education and employment be reinstated. Second, the immigration crisis in the past 2 years has affected the majority of regional and Western countries, and if the situation continues, the flow of illegal immigration from Afghanistan will increase in the coming months, which will be impossible to control. This will increase the border security and humanitarian challenges to the host countries. On behalf of the courageous Afghan people, I express gratitude to the House of Representatives of Morocco, the Union of Islamic and Religious Scholars, the Moroccan Parliament in general, members of the IPU, the Muhammadiyya Religious Scholars Association, and the global community as a whole for convening this critical meeting. I unequivocally acknowledge that the only viable approach to hold the Taliban regime accountable to the legitimate demands of the Afghan people and the world is by exerting pressure. The 21st century calls for consultation, comprehension, and democratic decision-making. The sole path to rescue Afghanistan from its current crisis lies in political discourse, dialogue, mutual understanding, and acceptance. It is incumbent upon the international community and peace-loving nations to compel the Taliban to engage in sustained dialogue and to stand with the people of Afghanistan. Thank you.
So the floor is to Your Excellency, Honorable President, Mr. Chorombira, Chief Chorombira. And the next one, Ambassador Marie-Thérèse Pictet-Altan, Permanent Observer to the United Nations Office at Geneva. Please, if you are in the room, come to the next floor, next seat for next speaker.
Thank you. The chair of the proceedings, who is also the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Kingdom of Morocco, Right Honorable Speaker Rashid Taobi El Alami. May I salute His Royal Highness King Mohammed VI, Commander of the Faithful and eminent leader of the Kingdom of Morocco. May I also recognize the President of the Interparliamentary Union, Honorable Pacheco, the Speaker of the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco, Right Honorable Speaker Enam Mayara, the speakers and leaders of delegations present, honorable members of Parliament, Secretary General, Parliamentary Union, eminent leaders, all protocols observed. Mr. Chairman, allow me to convey the greetings and appreciation of the delegation of the Pan-African Parliament to His Majesty King Mohammed VI for hosting this important conference and inviting the Pan-African Parliament. I crave your indulgence that we want to be practical in our deliberations on such a very important topic of parliamentary conference on interfaith dialogue. We need to be very, very practical in our submissions. But I want to say I represent Pan-African Parliament as its president. The parliament that you know, that is the legislative organ of the African Union, with the continent of Africa. And its mandate is to ensure the full participation of African peoples in the economic development and integration of the continent. And I think you see the word integration means the continent has to come together, work together in all aspects of the lives of our citizens. The Pan-African Parliament was created and is entrusted with a number of functions and roles. And under Article 3, among the 16 functions and powers, I just want to highlight one, number 5, which says promote peace, security, and stability. I think this is a very relevant function to this gathering. So our presence here Therefore, it's not only to ensure that the voice of the citizens of Africa finds expression in global parliamentary diplomacy, but it's also part of our mandate as a parliament, continental parliament, our mandate of promoting peace, security, and stability, and ensuring that through tolerance, inclusivity, and respect for diversity, we have a conducive environment for socio-economic development on this continent. The Pan-African Parliament, therefore, commends the IPU and the Parliament of Morocco for convening this conference, when we lend our full support to the deliberations thereof. In supporting the previous speakers, allow me to give a few examples of some of the lived realities that we have experienced in the recent past. Mr. Chairman, on our way as a delegation to this conference here in Morocco, on our flight from Kigali, where we are attending an AU reform retreat, on our flight from Kigali to Istanbul in Turkey, we traveled with over 20 Sudanese refugees who were being assisted by the International Organization for Migration, the IOM. They were being assisted to relocate to a temporary safe haven because they were running away from the armed conflict in Sudan. And that conflict has claimed over 1,000 lives, displaced more than 1.4 million people, with a further 486,000 fleeing to neighboring countries. Sadly, the majority of these refugees were women and young children who have witnessed the horrors of the war that children of their age should never be exposed to. Their lives will never be the same again. Some of them have tragically lost their fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers to a war that is not of their making, and whose cause some are still grappling to comprehend. They have been uprooted from the country they call home. This is a catastrophic experience. From that political situation in Sudan, let me move to religion. In the month of April this year, the African continent and Kenya in particular awoke to the shocking news that at least 221 dead bodies had been found at a ranch of a pastor in Kenya who allegedly told his followers to starve themselves to death to meet Jesus. A former deputy preacher of the cult told the New York Times that children were killed first, ordered to fast in the sun so they would die faster. Tragic as it may be, sadly, it's not the first incidence of cult-related mass deaths. In what came to be the famously known as the Uganda Doomsday Sect, where sect authorities believe that more than 500 members of the sect, known as the Movement for the Restoration of the 10 Commandments of God, died in a massive suicide in the year 2000, when their chapel was set alight and they burned alive. Similarly, more than 900 men, women, children died when the American preacher and the People's Temple leader Jim Jones orchestrated a ritual of mass suicide and murder by ordering followers to drink a cyanide-laced grape drink. I can go on and on, but in the end, the IPU report on religion and belief asserts that religious stakeholders can wield an influence compatible to political actors. The examples I've given above underscore the timelines and the relevance of this conference, Mr. Chairman. And I must once again applaud the Interparliamentary Union and the Parliament of Morocco for convening this conference. Political and religious leaders wield immeasurable influence in society, which, if not used responsibly and for the greater good of mankind, can foster intolerance, cultism, and the conflicts and the fatalities attendant to them. Our people can either become victims or perpetrators of intolerance on the basis of their beliefs, but they can also be agents of change in encouraging tolerance, promoting dialogue, inclusivity, and respect for the diversity if we lead them in the right direction. Africa is riddled with a lot of challenges today. As I've said, I represent a continental parliament, the continent of Africa. And that's a continent which is still riddled with a lot of challenges. Apart from poverty, we have unconstitutional change of government, conflicts, and the rest. But I want to say, Mr. Chairman, as I conclude, that we as leaders, we should take the lead in controlling this situation. And I once again draw on the sobering words of the great Indian leader Mahatma Gandhi, who said, "You must be the change you wish to see in the world." And that change begins with you. And that change begins with me. And change begins with all of us. I thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ambassador Marie-Thérèse. She is permanent observer of the United Nations office at Geneva. You have got the floor.
Mr. President, Excellency, distinguished members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Sovereign Order of Malta, I join previous speakers in thanking the Kingdom of Morocco and the Interparliamentary Union for organizing and hosting this important parliamentary conference on interfaith dialogue. It is an honor and a privilege for the Order of Malta, a permanent observer to IPU, to participate actively in the conference sessions. The Order of Malta is a lay religious order of the Catholic Church, a subject of international law and a humanitarian institution operating in 120 countries around the globe. Our mission is to help those in need, regardless of their origin, culture, religious belief, or ethnical background. It is always neutral, impartial, and non-political. This unique status allows us to engage in humanitarian and faith diplomacy that protects human dignity, freedom of religion or belief, and to advocate for the role of faith-based institutions and promote interreligious dialogue. At the international level, the Order of Malta's permanent observer status at the United Nations and many other international organizations enables it to contribute its expertise on numerous issues, particularly with regard to peace and security, international humanitarian and human rights law, and more broadly, the Sustainable Development Goals. As stated in the Manama Declaration of March 2023, The implementation of the SDGs by 2030 is, and I quote, our best hope for peace, democracy, and sustainable development for all, unquote. On the humanitarian front, the Order of Malta provides assistance to displaced persons, victims of crisis situations such as armed conflicts, natural disasters, and the effects of climate change. Through its diplomatic relations with 112 states, and we are extremely happy that Morocco is amongst them, the Order of Malta engages with officials at all levels, in particular with members of parliaments. In this context, we welcome the efforts undertaken by parliaments towards the prevention of human rights violations relating to culture and religion. We recognize their crucial role in the building of social dialogue for multicultural, inclusive, and peaceful societies. Mr. President, interfaith dialogue and cooperation are priorities for the Sovereign Order of Malta. We are grateful to the IPU for the opportunity to contribute to the preparatory process in recognition of our long-standing cooperation on these issues. We sincerely hope that this conference will achieve its aims towards the agreement you mentioned earlier, so as to promote our shared values, build bridges between generations, advance education for youth and gender equality, thus enhancing participation and representation in parliaments, as well as in society as a whole. May our debates also result in joint initiatives for parliamentary action towards cooperation with religious leaders and faith-based organizations in areas of mutual interest for the common good of humanity. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. والكلمة للسيد.
Word now is for Mr. Rahimi. He is the Deputy President of the Jordanian Parliament. Right after, we will have the... go ahead.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, Mr. President, may peace and blessings be upon the Prophet, his kith and kin, distinguished participants. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. May peace be upon all of you. First of all, I should like to extend my thanks and appreciation to the sister nation, the Kingdom of Morocco. Thanks under the sagacious leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May God assist him for inviting us to participate in this interfaith dialogue conference held in Marrakesh. The city is steeped in history under the theme Working Together for a Common Future. This is organized by the Moroccan Parliament and the International Parliamentary Union in cooperation with the Organization for Religions for Peace and the UN organization and the Mohammedan Ulama League. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to be with you to represent my country, Jordan, which has a long history and record in working for peace and promoting interfaith dialogue as well as coexistence, in addition to promoting the values that are based or rooted in peace and respect for each component of society. The Amman declaration which was made by His Majesty the King in 2004 is one of the major indicators of the kingdom, the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, under the stewardship of His Majesty King Abdullah II, to work towards the promotion of peace throughout the world. The Amman message has to be disseminated to the world so that people know about the real essence of Islam, and also to address the things that are attached to Islam in a wrong way. And we have to take into consideration the need to explain to the world and international community the very essence of Islam. And the Jordanian diplomacy, which is spearheaded by His Majesty the King, has been working major and crucial roles under the stewardship of His Majesty the King to promote and contribute to contribute to resolving crises and conflicts. Ladies and gentlemen, interfaith dialogue is a crucially important topic for different societies. It contributes to better relations between adherents of different faiths by getting to know what the others believe in, and also to promote mutual respect. The interfaith dialogue will contribute to coexistence, because through religious dialogue we can reduce tensions and promote coexistence between different religious groups. The values of cooperation and tolerance contribute to strengthening relations between different societies and communities. The interfaith dialogue plays a key role in addressing extremism, bigotry, religious radicalism, by promoting the values of tolerance and also the chances of getting to know one another. And the aim is to build a common ground for the promotion of peace and coexistence. Interfaith dialogue can also contribute to social justice through the discussion of a number of social and ethical subjects, such as justice and human rights. And before concluding, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. President, for the success of this conference, and may you enjoy the blessings of Almighty Allah all year round. Thank you.
Mr. Juan Hernandez Serret, he is Secretary General, Religion for Peace Europe. I got the floor.
The next speaker will be Mrs. Silvia Monica, Senator from Romania.
Okay, thank you for giving this opportunity to talk in these 5 minutes. I'm going to share with you some ideas, some general ideas. First of all, religion is a person who prays and a person commit to the world as well. Of course, some people promote violence, but I don't want to stand out more in its deviation, because all of us agree that their attitudes are not representative of believers. The state may be confessional or secular, and the person may be believers, not believers, or agnostics. The believers are citizens, and the states have to be careful of them and their necessities like other citizens. Cover these necessities is not an option. It's a state's obligation in a democratic society. Societies in our 21st centuries need to be dialogical, multisectorial, and intergeneration. For it to be dialogical, it must occur from freedom. To be dialogical, it means to construct a dialogue, a common future, without violence and power. Complex issues, such as climate change, requires multisectoral actions where each one must be aware of its limits and potentialities. And knowing these 2 points, limits and potentialities, it is possible for work together among administrations, religions, and social actors. The success of our common actions is to join force from each identity to be effective. Thank you very much for listening to me and your well-willing and blessings.
Thank you very much. La parole est à Madame
The floor is for Mrs. Silvia Monica, who represents the Romanian Senate. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Le prochain serait
And the next,
Sijar Bishari, professeur international de relations internationales.
Thank you. Mr. President, distinguished participants, allow me to begin by conveying to our Moroccan hosts our warmest thanks and gratitude for their hospitality and the excellent organization of this conference, maybe the first of its kind. Developing strong connections between policymakers and religious leaders and fostering interfaith dialogue are essential means of building peacefully and social cohesive societies where no one is left behind. Distinguished colleagues, ethnic and religious diversity is one of my country's defining features and a major asset in our efforts to achieve a common good. The people in my country are highly religious. More than 80% of the population belongs to the Romanian Orthodox Church, and other 17 religious denominations are recognized by the law. Our national identity is founded on the fertile interaction between different ethnicities and religious beliefs. Through our history, we have acquired as a society the capacity to embrace, respect, and harness the traditions of various religious communities. According to the Romanian Constitution, freedom of thought, opinion, and religious beliefs shall not be restricted in any forms whatsoever. All religions shall be free and organized in accordance with their own statutes, and religious cults shall be autonomous from the state, but shall enjoy support from it. The Parliament has a reading law in promoting freedom of religion, tolerance, respect for religious diversity, and in building up a supportive political, institutional, and of course, legal system. It is worth also mentioning that under the Constitution, national minorities living in Romania are entitled each to a seat in Parliament, in the Chamber of Deputies. This positive action ensures an increased ethnic but also religious representative of our legislative body. We also have a law on religious freedom and the general status of denomination adopted in 2006 that guarantees the neutrality of the states towards any religious belief and the autonomy of the religious denominations. The specialized bodies in the Senate and Chamber of Deputies, the Committees for Human Rights, Cults, and Minorities, perform legislative, budgetary, and oversight activities related to religious lives based on permanent consultations with the religious stakeholders. We also have the Ecumenical Prayer Group founded in the early 90s that provides a unique platform for legislators to work together across parties and denominations. One of the key roles of the Parliament is to make sure that legislation and policies related to religious life are entrusted to strong national institutions with adequate competencies and, of course, with adequate resources. At the level of government, we have the State Secretariat for Cults that has the mission to promote religious pluralism and interreligious dialogue, develop relations with religious communities, support the activities, of course, but also facilitate the relation between them and the public authorities. They also published the Barometer of Religious Life in Romania, which is a sociologic instrument in cooperation with the Romanian Academy and published online on a dedicated platforms. And it's a tool to enable us to debate the main issues on the agenda of the country's religious life and informs our political and legislative activities in the field. Protecting freedom of religion for everyone and everywhere, engaging religious actors to overcome challenges and achieve our goals, harnessing the diversity of tradition and faiths in our societies. All these are fundamental to peace and the well-being of the humankind. Our world is defined by multiculturalism and religious pluralism. Let us make sure that this reality finds due expression in our national and international action, in our responses to many crises, in our strategies and plans, and in the way we imagine our common future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mr. Adil Ali, is Deputy President of the Azerbaijan Parliament.
إليه السيد تيمو سليمان ديوب, member of EDOV, African Union.
Dear colleagues, it is my pleasure to greet each of you at this important conference. First of all, I would like to thank all Moroccan colleagues for the high-level organization of the conference and their hospitality. The topic of our discussion is relevant in terms of current events in the world. In this sense, I would like to emphasize that representatives of different people and religions have lived in peace and mutual understanding in Azerbaijan for centuries. Mutual respect and cooperation between people and ideas of tolerance are the basis of multiculturalism policy implemented in our country. Azerbaijan is a nation that has adopted multiculturalism as a state policy. 2016 was declared the year of multiculturalism in our country by the relevant decree of President Ilham Aliyev. Azerbaijan's case of state-religion relations can serve as an example for other countries. The principle of secularism, which includes the separation of religion from the state, is clearly and unambiguously established in our constitution. Religious leaders, community leaders, and members of religions representing different religions regularly come together, communicate, and get together on each other's religious holidays and significant days in a manifestation of the friendly coexistence in our country. In addition, the law in freedom of religion enables the citizens of Azerbaijan to freely choose the religion that they want and worship freely. While all religions are treated equally, religious intolerance and radicalism are prohibited by law. Azerbaijan's activity in the field in interreligious dialogue is not limited only the borders of the country. Azerbaijan promotes and develops the dialogue between religions, civilizations, and cultures at the international level. In this sense, I would like to emphasize the Baku process, which was founded in 2008 by the initiative of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Mr. Ilham Aliyev. The main goal of the Baku process is to serve to deepen and expand the dialogue between religions, civilizations, and cultures. Azerbaijan has hosted reputable events within the framework of the Baku process, including the Baku International Humanitarian Forums, World Intercultural Dialogue Forums, Global Open Societies Forums, the 7th Global Forum of the United Nations Alliance of Civilizations, the World Religious Leaders Forum. These events are aimed at the development of the dialogue of cultures and the promotion of respect and understanding between civilizations. Thanks to such approach, Azerbaijan has been renowned as an important center of intercultural and intercivilizational dialogue in the world. Unfortunately, unlike Azerbaijan, which sets an example of multiculturalism in religious tolerance, religious discrimination, and radical nationalism are supported by the state in monoethnic Armenia. In the late 80s of the last century, about 250,000 Azerbaijanis were deported from present-day Armenia only because of their religious and ethnic identities. All of them were forced out of Armenia, with many killed and tortured. All historical and religious monuments and semblance belonging to Azerbaijanis were either completely destroyed or their Azerbaijani identity has been changed by Armenia. In addition, the liberation of Azerbaijan led in 2020, after 30 years of occupation, clearly revealed the brutality, vandalism, and crimes committed by Armenia. Thus, all residential settlements, including cities and villages, infrastructure, facilities, historical and religious monuments were destroyed. It is enough to say only one fact that Armenia destroyed 65 of the 67 mosques located in Karabakh and used them as livestock stables. This was not only with Azerbaijanis and Muslims, but also what believers have been insulted. In contrast, we have preserved the Armenian church located in Baku. I would like to emphasize that at the current stage, Azerbaijan addresses the issue of full reintegration of its citizens of Armenian origin living in Karabakh into the rest of the country. For this purpose, direct contacts have been established with the population of Armenian origin. A member of the Parliament of Azerbaijan also participates in contacts with citizens of Armenian origin living in Karabakh. Furthermore, the Committee of Public Unions and Religious Entities operates in the Parliament of Azerbaijan. This committee is directly engaged in the legislative activities related to the field of religious associations and plays an important role in promoting interreligious dialogue in the country. After the historic victory in the Second Karabakh War, Azerbaijan initiated the signing of the peace agreement with Armenia based on the 5 principles of the United Nations and is currently acting the main driving force of the peace negotiations. A historic opportunity has been achieved regarding the possibility of signing a peace agreement between Azerbaijan and Armenia based on mutual recognition of territorial integrity. Unfortunately, the Armenian-Georgian Church interferes with this historical opportunity. Catholicos to Georgian leads revanchist and Azerbaijan-phobic cause in Armenia, abstracts peace negotiations, and engages in disruptive activities within the Armenian community. We call for the suspension of the activities of the Armenian Church, which hinders the peace negotiations between Azerbaijan and Armenia, and undermines lasting cooperation, stability, and peace in the region. I believe that one of the main objectives of these discussions should be prevention of religious discrimination, instrumentalization of religion for political purposes, giving religious colors to conflicts, destruction of historical and religious monuments during the conflict. We must fight together against xenophobia, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and strive to establish peace in the world. I sincerely hope that through our efforts, we will achieve the peace that we all aim for. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker will be Mr. Sajjad Bishari, who is the Professor of International Relations in the Founding University of Beijing, China.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. All right, hello everyone. Dajahao, bonjour tout le monde. Merci pour l'invitation.
Thanks very much indeed for the invitation. Thanks very much indeed extended to Morocco for this opportunity to create a platform for exchange. Gentleman is shifting into English.
So yes, here we are. Here we are for so many keywords that I've been hearing for the past 2 hours. It's a bit hard sometimes to find where the teeth are and where we can find a proper framework of legality, legislation, and more importantly, how to interpret all those different keywords that have been mentioned so far. Whether it's about citizenship, whether it's about dialogue, whether it's about tolerance, I think in 2023, the world has been so challenging, with so many new pressing issues, with so much hybridity, with a new conception of time. And I think this is where my keyword will be today, time. Coming from China, even though I'm not Chinese, but I approach everything from a Confucius, 孔子的文化 perspective, where time and the idea of time is not solid, but liquid. Liquid according to the circumstances that we're all facing, but more than anything, liquid because we are all the same, but at the same time all different. And I think it's important to not impose so much solidity into uniformity, but more importantly, how to demystify what understanding should be. From a Chinese perspective again, 你们要套近我，但是我不知道怎么样我说中文，但是 I must say that when we walk and cross the river, we always have to feel the stone where our feet are laying on. What does that mean? It means that with all the different questions and issues that we are all facing, whether it's the sustainability, climate change, geopolitical maneuvers and changes and tones, I think one of the main pragmatic aspects to keep in mind is the rule of law. Now, what is law? Law is something pragmatic, it's something somehow universal, or at least the most universal of them all, but more importantly, it helps to crystallize all of those abstract of ideas of how we can eventually interpret religion, faith, the relationship that is so subjective between the I, the persona, and religion. Therefore, rule of law. Now, law can have different flavor, can have different characters according to religious background, according to gender, sometimes according to time, according to different geographical position where climate and environment does influence this so-called quote-unquote relationship. But on my end note, I would like to say, without being too controversial, I think it's important also to see things from us perspective, which is the youth perspective, which somehow was somehow trying to be more imposed today in a way that is so vital, because information is generational, and the understanding of information has also have to carry the glasses of the time and the era and the location where we are. Therefore, in order to, once again, understand how the interfaith, intra-faith, intrastate, interstate understanding of how we enter into this very complex dynamics of dialogue that is so misunderstood, unfortunately, because of pressure of market time, pressure of capitalism, pressure of new ideologies and new word plus ism that changes our compass of where we have to keep in mind that the key is to understand, the key is to tolerate, but more than tolerate, even though it's a heavy, pressury word, it's more how we can create an ecosystem of acceptance and, more importantly, of promoting peace, coexistence, right? But more than anything, intra-humanism. Thank you.
The floor is for Mrs. Divina Sumiti. She is the member of the Parliament of Malta. Malta is the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear friends, in today's world, numerous religions exist, and it is likely that many of them are not represented here today. However, we must recognize that we all share a single world in which we must coexist. Every religion comprises a fundamental set of values associated with human morality, which can be considered universally good. A society is one that embraces a multicultural environment and respects the right of all individuals. A healthy society is one that celebrates diversity of its members. As leaders, we should set an example by being sensitive in our approach when engaging the public on such matters. It is crucial to recognize that religion should not be viewed as the primary cause of conflict. While some individuals may believe that criticizing all religions is the key to achieving peace, this is not necessarily true. The existence of interfaith couples serves a true example, demonstrating that dialogue and love can thrive between individuals of different religious backgrounds. In Malta, this phenomenon is increasingly observed, highlighting the possibility of harmony across religion. Therefore, education plays a vital role in fostering understanding and acceptance of different faiths. The primary responsibility of parliaments, and thus parliamentarians, is to convert proposals into laws, a powerful tool that can contribute to the promotion of peaceful coexistence among diverse populations within a shared space. In Malta, Article 82A of the Criminal Code comments to fostering a society that values respect, tolerance, and prevention of violence and hatred. As elected representatives of our respective communities, we, members of parliament, play a crucial role to maintain direct contact with our constituents. In doing so, we hold the power to promote and foster fundamental values such as nonviolence, respect, openness to others, tolerance, solidarity, and peace. It is through our parliamentary work that we have the opportunity to reaffirm the importance of mutual understanding and dialogue as a foundation of functional society and healthy interpersonal relationships. We have the ability to facilitate and encourage this dialogue, serving as a bridge between different communities, cultures, and viewpoints. By fostering an atmosphere of respectful engagement, we can promote the principle of nonviolence, tolerance, and solidarity. In doing so, we can contribute to creation a society that cherishes diversity and recognize the value of each individual traditions and belief. Let's embrace diversity and let's continue to work for tolerance, peace, and love. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable.
The floor is from Robin Jim. He is a member of a parliament of the Republic of China. You have the floor, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The invitation extended to us particularly is quite important. This event and conference is quite an important event with quite a lot of meaning to consolidate peace, cohabitation in the world. Today we are going to present you with information on the reality on the ground in China and how we have fared, how democracy has fared in China, particularly how Buddhism, Catholicism, Islam are really cohabitating in China. And we have more than 200 million believers, and religious leaders number, we have 380,000 religious centers amount to 5,500 centers, particularly 5 at the national level. So platforms, particularly for religious teaching, amount to 140,000 internet platform. Institutions, we have 95. Religious activities, particularly, go ahead without any problem in Jeddah. The Islamic Association in China organizes the pilgrimage of Chinese Muslims to visit Saudi Arabia and engage in pilgrimage. And more than 10,000 pilgrims visit Saudi Arabia on a yearly basis. And in China, particularly, citizens respect quite a lot the other creeds, and they engage in quite many dialogues among the community of different creed believers. Particularly, it's within this environment that's really sees the prosperity of the dialogue, particularly, and where peace and stability is established. Religious associations and organizations operating in the field of religion really have set up a system whereby problems can be solved through understanding and mutual dialogue. There are quite many of these centers that are active, particularly in dialogue and the fostering of dialogue in China. China has opened a new road, particularly in order to really foster and consolidate the beliefs and of the believers, the religious believers, religious leaders. They shoulder their responsibility fairly and squarely, particularly they all these religious leaders respect Chinese political system in place, and so particularly this is quite an important portion of the socialist system with Chinese characteristics. There are quite many of these believers who sit in the Chinese parliament and in the local parliament. Religious leaders are quite active in the discussions and also the discussions of political affairs, particularly, and they put forth suggestions and engage in popular-based democracy, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for more dialogue with the parliaments of other countries and with the international organization, and we are ready to build the community of tomorrow and to consolidate peace and stability for all humanity. I'd like to thank you for your attention. Thanks very much indeed. The President of the Council, and I'd like to thank you for using Arabic as a medium of communication. I'd like to give the floor to Aisha Adams from Malawi, Southern Africa. Is she here?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. All protocols observed. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I stand before you today a very happy person to add the voice of the Parliament of Malawi to the debate on the floor on interfaith dialogue. Allow me to take this opportunity to deliver best wishes and successful conference from Right Honorable Catherine Gotanhara MP, Speaker of Parliament of Malawi, who due to other engagements will be joining us shortly here in the beautiful city of Marrakesh. Distinguished delegates, permit me from the onset to say very special thanks to Right Honorable Rashid Talbil Arami, Speaker of the Parliament of Morocco and Government of the Kingdom of Morocco for graciously hosting this conference and putting in place excellent logistical arrangements amidst a warm hospitality. On behalf of Malawi delegation, I say shukran jazira. The departure point of the discussion that we are having is, and ought to be, reflection on what our role as parliamentarians is when it comes to fostering unity, peaceful coexistence, given the various religious beliefs and sectors in the communities that we serve as representatives. Distinguished delegates, I am convinced that since we live and serve the communities, then one of our major roles is to ensure there is freedom and beliefs and worship, that above all is to ensure that such divergence of religious beliefs should not form a bleeding ground for hatred and segregation against other people of different faith, even though they reside in the same community. It is our duty to provide the requisite space through progressive piece of legislation which promote tolerance at all levels. Distinguished delegates, as members of parliament, we are better placed to achieve unity. But equally true is the fact that we could become a source of hatred and chaos if we do not tread carefully in what we preach and how we talk to our constituents. Divisive language may not help the cause, since constituents or members of the community that we serve look upon us, their representatives, as role models. And therefore, by extension, whatever we say is bound to be taken by communities as the best way to behave. In short, let's continue to act as role models to our societies. It is important to note that parliamentarians, we have the power and the status of influence and influence the lives of our respective communities, as well as those individuals of constituents. The same applies to the region. The region, too, has the power and ability to influence behavior of individuals as well as communities. The question now is, how do we ensure the power of status of parliament is positively used in harnessing religious beliefs in our communities towards attainment of peace, observance of human rights, tolerance, and respect of one another's beliefs? Malawi Parliament believes that honest and continuous engagement in such matters is the key. As legislators, we need to reach out and be exemplary. It is also critical to note that as parliamentarians, we aim at building resilient communities which we serve. Both religion and politics ultimately aim at having communities or societies that are inclusive in the sense that all people in a particular society must feel and behave and have a sense of acceptability and belonging. It is not lost upon us or upon me that we have amongst our societies certain elements that are so radical in their thought processes as well as approach to religious matters. It is our duty as members of parliament to accord such characters various opportunities, engage them in dialogue, and find everlasting solutions, even though it is a serious challenge. Distinguished delegates, don't come here cosmetically when we know that in our respective countries, we are the source of hatred, and also we cause deaths of innocent people in the name of religion. It is not fair. In conclusion, allow me to stress the importance of us parliamentarians as leaders when it comes to tolerance and inclusivity. These are key characteristics of us as parliamentarians, which we must take advantage of and ensure that our communities live in peace. Tolerance, respecting other people's beliefs, upholding human rights is enriched in our various constitutional provisions, as well as reminding ourselves and following through that we agree at conferences such as this currently underway in Marrakesh. On a lighter note, join me as I celebrate my birthday today. On behalf of the Parliament of Malawi, I thank you all for your attention. Shukran jazira, asante sana.
So happy birthday to you.
Next speaker would be
She's from IPP4B.
representative of IPP4B.
honorable speakers and parliamentarians, faith leaders, CSOs activists, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to join the previous speakers in congratulating the IPU and the Parliament of the Kingdom of Morocco in organizing this important conference. I would also like to take this opportunity to emphasize on the important and proven utility of regional bodies or networks of parliamentarians or parliament in consolidating action and advocacy on freedom of religion or belief, as well as in tackling hate speech, in close collaboration with religious leaders, civil society organizations, victims of human rights or FOB violations. In this regard, the IPU and IPP FOB are commendable for their work in coordinating with the regional bodies or networks of parliament or parliamentarians. For instance, in the case of Southeast Asia, we note that the IPU has coordination with the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly, or IPA. We hope the organization of this conference will encourage the regional parliamentary grouping to also undertake similar initiatives that are tailored and targeted to the needs of the respective region in the world. Likewise, the IPP4 has also enabled the establishment of a Southeast Asia Parliamentarians for Freedom of Religion or Belief, or we call it as CIPFOR, in providing a platform for capacity building for MPs. CIPFOR has also provided resources to support the advocacy of its members in issuing joint statements, for instance, undertaking of fact-finding mission and policy dialogues on issues related to freedom of religion or belief, and also in advocating against restrictive legal framework in a number of countries in the region. CIPFOB has also connected MPs with various stakeholders, including civil society organizations, academia, faith leaders, victims of FOB violations, as well as various human rights and FOB mechanisms to ensure synergy in FOB advocacy at the various levels. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. الكلمة الموالية للسيد خوسيه إغناسيو وعضو مجلس النواب
Mr. Jose Ignacio, Spain.
Queridos anfitriones del Reino de Marruecos, gracias y enhorabuena por la
First of all, allow me to thank our host, the Kingdom of Morocco, to congratulate them for organizing this conference that makes it possible for us to exchange on such an important topic. Distinguished parliamentarians, religious leaders participating in the spiritual and cultural dialogue. Religion is and faiths play a key role in the life of humans and therefore of states and societies alike. This is a dimension which is extremely important very often. This is the most important dimension, and it also plays a key role as far as values and decision-making is concerned. Many states refer to God in their constitutions and uphold the freedom of religion and freedom to practice faith, in addition to other fundamental liberties that are included in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And therefore, religious freedom is one of the human rights, basic human rights. There have been a lot of suffering and wars, displaced people, and barbaric acts. There is a major concern regarding the rise of intolerance in certain parts of the world. There are still violent acts due to fanaticism and to bigotry, as well as hate speech that is on the rise. All of these things affect directly the peace and security in our world. And this has been, unfortunately, further exacerbated on the digital platform, and this has to be condemned. I think that together we have to make sure we give rise to what is best in humans, and we have to share the religious feelings that are against the violence, against fanaticism. The rising displaced people creates heterogeneous societies, and instead of contributing to further coherence and harmony, this contributes to creating prejudice and stereotypes because of the lack of understanding, and even there is hostility. Conflict arises when some legislative texts are inconsistent with freedoms and religious practices, and therefore it is important that there has to be a legislative process that takes into consideration the freedom. The IPU has been working for years, and there has been a report that has talked about the means to promote a sincere dialogue between the parliamentarians. This is a good example which shows that our impact can be positive for our societies. Hans Kung said that there cannot be peace between nations without peace between faiths, and there can be no peace between faiths without any meaningful dialogue. And these are major concepts and ways to address this question that we're dealing with today. Therefore, we have to promote coexistence, harmonious and peaceful coexistence between different components of society, to have more open, inclusive societies. Interfaith dialogue is a means to promote peace, and this should enable us to take into consideration the voices of everyone, to avoid fears, to ensure mutual recognition and understanding, and at the same time promote dialogue, as well as good understanding and common spaces for action. All of these are elements that make it possible to ensure conclusive integration through empathy, hospitality, and also interconnection, humility, and truth. We have to ensure we understand each other and be able to understand each other without condemning one another. The interfaith dialogue can be a major lever for our religions, for parliamentarians and religious figures to work on and to leverage, because this is fundamental. We can learn from each other, and interreligious diplomacy is a very interesting pathway to avoid the rifts and protect freedoms, especially in the religious domain, and promote harmony as well as human dignity within our societies. My dear friends, we have a lot of work to do, and I'm sure that this conference is a landmark event that will make it possible for us to promote the values of our organization. Thank you very much.
الكلمة الموالية للسيد فضلي زون، وهو عضو مجلس النواب بأندونيسيا.
Excellencies, Honorable Chair, panelists, distinguished delegates, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be upon us all. Allow me to share the Indonesian experience. Indonesia, with over 17,000 islands scattered over the Pacific and Indian Oceans, more than 1,340 ethnic groupings, and over 733 spoken languages, is the world's most populous Muslim country, with about 90% of its 275 million people identifying as Muslims. Nonetheless, various religions thrive. Indonesia acknowledges and protects all religions. In terms of national policy, we preserve historical religious monuments from all religions, including the world's largest Buddhist temple, for example, Borobudur Temple, and Prambanan Temple, which belongs to the Hindu religion. And these monuments are still being used as place of worship until today. In Indonesia, we observe national religious public holidays. We have Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha holidays for Muslims, Christmas and Easter for Christians, Vesak for Buddhists, and Nyepi for Hindus. This is a form of respect to all religions exists and flourishes in Indonesia, and we invite all countries to also do this practice. Indonesia, the world's third largest democracy, adheres to a democratic system in which the parliament has diverse political factions and represents the aspiration of people of various religions and faiths. The interfaith concept is central to the country's understanding of national unity, where connectedness is essential. Multiculturalism is an important component of Indonesian identity, a daily practice, and a way of life. It is a result of Indonesian nation building process with Indonesia's founding ideology, Pancasila, and the constitution serving as basic principles. However, throughout Indonesia's journey as a nation state, we recognize that our unity in diversity principle faces a number of challenges from time to time, including external challenges such as the effects of globalization, which may have an impact on how we interact within such behaviors and cultures. Moreover, we also take serious note that Islamophobia, provocative actions conducted in various places, such as the repetitive burning of the Holy Quran, double standard policies, stereotyping, and in certain cases, hate crime or violence against Muslim communities have sparked tensions in Indonesia. Therefore, respect the differences of religions, faiths, and cultures should be the main foundation of cooperation. Without respect, there can never be harmony. Hence, the Indonesian House is of the view that our national unity is a never-ending task. In this context, harmonious relations among religions in Indonesia is indeed a continuous work that demands support and cooperation from all. In particular, in the context of this session, is from the members of parliaments and religious leaders. As prominent and powerful representatives of their people, religious leaders and parliamentarians are amongst the Indonesian society that work together continuously, playing important role in addressing challenges to national unity. One of the examples is the establishment of the Forum for Inter-Religious Harmony, where the Indonesian House plays a significant role in this initiative, overseeing and ensuring that all parts of the community that are members of this forum receive proper support. Its members are religious leaders, representatives from faith-based organizations, members of the House of Representatives, as well as government apparatus. Its structure is formed from the central, provincial, and city levels with main objectives to promote interfaith dialogue, moderation, solidarity, inclusion, mutual respect, and understanding. Religious leaders actively involvement in Forum for Religious Harmony while working together with other stakeholders such as Indonesian House, contributing to address challenges such as countering extremism and hate speech, into providing insights in policy-making process and safeguarding the rule of law. Parliamentarians and religious leaders work together to oversee development progress and budget allocation by the government, become social control in positive context to ensure that government initiatives deliver the widest possible benefit to the whole population, especially considering the fact that some religious leaders in Indonesia are also members of parliament who are actively involved in legislative process. Indonesia actively involves in regional and international interfaith dialogues, such as the Organization for Islamic Cooperation, as well as through the latest in G20 Forum of Religions, which was held last year during Indonesia's presidency of the G20, contributing to the work of ensuring that religion is part of today's solution, not problem. As an addition, the Indonesian House is currently considering a measure on harmony between religious followers. There are 4 basic points that will be included in law, among others. First, assurance of religious rights and citizenship for Indonesians who follow religions other than the 5 major religions. Second, regulations surrounding the establishment of houses of religion or places of worship. Third, protection of religious minorities from violence. And fourth, prevention of religious intolerance. The Indonesian experience demonstrated that religion and democracy can coexist and contribute positively to peace and development. We hope our experience could enrich our discussion today. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks very much indeed. Indonesia, the floor is for Anja Zeber. She is a member of the National Parliament of Slovenia.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman, and the whole organization team, thank you for this opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm coming from Slovenia, which became independent and democratic country only in 1990. It was founded on a base of 1,000 years of hope and love, which stands in the Middle Slovenia name. Before that, we were living in Yugoslavia, in a totalitarian regime where human rights and the right to profess one's religion were constantly violated. Slovenia has 59 registered churches and the other religious communities. Among them, Catholic Church is the oldest and the biggest and represents around 60% of citizens, including myself. Slovenian constitution determines the separation of the state and the religious community, but religious communities are equal. In those days, Slovenia was elected as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. Please applause. I opening my speech with information about Slovenia to better understand my fellow sensitives. Politics and religious communities can do a lot of good, but they can also be the square of the bad things. If unified or interconnected, they can be even more positive or negative on the other hand. Everybody, no matter which religion or politics they belong to, should be aware that the future of humanity depends on how many good things we will be able to do. If humanity will come to the point in the future where more bad things and good will be happened, then I will surely be the end of us. We will allow this happen? Common message of this summit should be loud no. Happenings around the world testify that we have a lot of work to do. We were to become more determined when dealing with the untouchability of a human life, ensuring and strengthening of human rights, the rule of law, victory of theory of life over theory of death. How to reach this? With powerful and unified messages from politics, religious leaders, and different social groups. Message should be clear and adapt to different social groups, such as youth. Not just word, but also action. Dear colleagues, at last but not least, thank you, Marrakesh. Thank you for your hospitality.
The floor now is for Mr. Farooq Hamid. He is from Pakistan, from the Senate of Pakistan.
Thank you for giving me the floor. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. It is an honor for me to be present amongst you all today. In a world marked by diversity, different ideologies, and complex challenges, collaboration between parliaments and religious leaders has potential to shape a harmonious and prosperous future for all. While parliaments represent democratic voice of people, religious leaders carry moral authority and spiritual guidance. Together, they form a powerful alliance that promotes dialogue, understanding, and cooperation, fostering a sense of shared humanity. Simultaneously, religious leaders possess a unique quality and ability to bridge gaps and promote dialogue among different faith communities. They foster an environment of mutual respect, encouraging followers to engage in interfaith dialogue and promote religious tolerance. Parliaments and religious leaders often share common goals in promising well-being of society, but they rarely work together. Both entities strive for justice, equality, and protection of human rights. Where parliamentarians have legislative power to enact laws that safeguard these principles, religious leaders with their moral authority can lend support and guidance in this pursuit for a just society. In recent times, we have seen Jews murdered in synagogues, Muslims gunned down in mosques, their religious sites vandalized, and violence targeting members of other faiths and traditions. This is wrong and condemnable. This is one of the most important challenges that some governments of the world are facing. In face of these tragedies, we have also seen extraordinary display of support, love, and solidarity from religious communities across the globe for the victims of such attacks. Islam advocates social equality, peaceful coexistence, and interfaith harmony. It also prohibits discrimination on any ground. Holy Quran states, "O mankind, indeed we have created you from male and female, and made you people and tribes, that you may know one another. Indeed, most noble of you in sight of Allah is most righteous of you." In declaration of human fraternity for world peace and living together, His Holiness Pope Paul Francis, His Eminence Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, Sheikh Ahmad Al-Tayyib, declared that religions must never be hateful, and the attitudes, hostility, and extremism should be avoided, and called upon all concerned to stop using religions to incite hatred, violence, and extremism. Declaration also contains a strong call for mutual understanding and religious pluralism, and clearly states that every attempt to attack religious sites or threaten them is a deviation from teaching of religion and a clear violation of international law. Through programs and activities, religious leaders and parliamentarians together can address root causes and grievances that can lead support to violence, extremism, and through their engagement with policymakers, civil society organizations can play an important role in preventing strategies, given their capacity for social mobilization. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan is at forefront of promoting interfaith and intercultural dialogue. Interfaith harmony is an important aspect of Pakistani society, given its diverse religious landscape. Countries home to people from various religious backgrounds, including Muslims, Christianity, Hinduism, Sikhism, and others. Themes of interfaith harmony therefore focuses on promoting mutual understanding, respect, and peaceful coexistence among people of different faiths. This includes recognizing and celebrating diversity of religious beliefs and practices, as well as promoting dialogue and cooperation between different religious communities. It also involves addressing issues such as discrimination, marginalization, and violence against religious minorities, and promoting the right and protection under the law. Government policy is of zero tolerance towards discrimination based on religion at all levels. The Constitution of Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen, recognizes and protects rights of individuals of all religions. Article 20 of Constitution states that every citizen shall have the right to profess, practice, and propagate his religion, subject to law, public order, and morality. Similarly, Article 36 of Constitution provides for protection of minorities' rights, including freedom to profess and practice their religion. At parliamentary level, members consist of both non-Muslim members and religious scholars and experts to whom special reserved seats have been allocated in the parliament. These provisions have been instrumental in creating a bridge not only between religious leaders and parliamentarians, but also in the judicial system. The government of Pakistan has introduced many laws, such as Code of Conduct of Media 2015, Prevention of Electronic Crimes Act 2016, National Commission for Interfaith Harmony was established in 2018. Interfaith Harmony policy was introduced by Government of Pakistan in 2016. National Action Plan was launched by Government of Pakistan in 2014 to counter terrorism and extremism in Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, in the end, I would conclude by saying, I hope that this event will pave way for meaningful plans of action to foster interfaith harmony and will result in sharing experiences where religion and faith leaders can support work of Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The floor is for the Honorable Ashoro Tony Baloko, who is a religious chief. The floor is yours, sir. I would like, from the beginning, to thank His Majesty the King of Morocco for and the conveners of this beautiful event and this beautiful congress, for particularly with regard on the interfaith dialogue. And I would like to backpedal a little bit, because yesterday we talked and discussed about a very important topic, and I want to bring my contribution in a few minutes and share with you the relevant experiences of Benin, West Africa. We have in Benin a constitution that was that stipulates that when the president he makes the oath of serving God before any other thing. So, which means that Benin is a country really makes it possible for all religious creeds to live in harmony within the country, because at the basis, because we have customary leaders who are the guarantor of traditions, and together the revealed religions really are, which accept and really are, they share the same experience, and this avoids particularly confrontation between these religions. And so we have in our schools in Benin all religious creeds. Children go together from different backgrounds. They share the same experience, and at a very low age, and they right from the beginning and from infancy they learn how to live together, like our traditional leaders and customary leaders. They have accepted revealed religions in order to learn the content of these religions and live together. This means that Benin really does not know really confrontations like in other countries, or perhaps does not see any war. There are no difficulties, particularly there are no difficulties standing in front of the religious leaders. And so we have we are human beings, and we have the same blood in our veins, and we reproduce in the same way, and so we eat together in the same way. And why are we going to kill each other? And I think confrontations between religions really is simply this is only really motivated by interest or motivated by leadership. If all religions really are convinced that we are the sons of Abraham, all of us, why? What's the use of really? What's the use of going to confrontation? I'd like to really. I'd like that this experience of Benin be documented in the reports of this conference so that the countries can avail themselves. For the topic of the day, I would like in few minutes to say that Benin has a parliament and has a mass parliament, and a parliament which represent the masses particularly. These masses are they live in harmony together with all the religious beliefs and religious creeds. The MP belongs to this mass, and when he goes to the assembly of the parliament and when he drafts and passes legislation, then the government forces these MPs to return to the grassroots to explain the nitty-gritty underpinning the laws that have been passed. And then the MP goes back to the parliament after having discussed this with the grassroots communities before the law is finalized and takes a final shape. MPs are only representatives of the masses, and right from this moment there is full understanding, particularly full understanding, and observation put forth by the mass at the grassroots level are taken on board by the MPs. I want also this experience to be shared, particularly by countries that are going through problems, and I would like in this regard that starting from this conference and starting from this gathering, I'd like to ask that the laws and the resolutions that are taken or the recommendations that will be put forth be really sent through a delegate to the countries represented here, so that the resolutions be made available to the governments, so that all the decisions taken here be really implemented. Thank you. The floor is for Mr. Kifi Keran Polankwasi, who is a member of the National Assembly of Côte d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président des chambres du Parlement du Royaume du Maroc et de l'UIP.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Kingdom of Morocco and the IPU. I'd like to convey the greetings of my heads of state for the organization of this conference, distinguished parliamentarians, religious leaders. Given the various challenges, including population growth and terrorism, given the conflicts, inter-community conflicts, especially in Africa, the cooperation between parliamentarians and religious leaders can provide answers, provided we have concerted action. Parliamentarians and religious leaders should work together, and this is reflected by this conference. This cooperation between parliamentarians and religious leaders should enable us to build inclusive societies for the well-being of our populations. Therefore, it is necessary more than ever to create collaborative platforms for joint action and awareness raising for the promotion of peace. And therefore, we should commit to promote and enhance the normative concepts to promote intercultural, interfaith dialogue. Distinguished guests and parliamentarians, as far as Côte d'Ivoire is concerned, the Félix Houphouët-Boigny used to say that we opted for a secular state in our constitution, and that has been underlined by the political will of the heads of state, and at the same time we try to work through state institutions, especially the ministry in charge of home affairs. This secular approach and policy rejects hatred and intolerance. This neutrality of the state has made it possible at organizational level to organize religious institutions such as the Higher Council and the CESNI for Catholics and the Evangelical Authority. These structures exchange on a regular basis their viewpoints as far as the public debate, and this is part of the freedom of expression and the rule of law. Ladies and gentlemen, clearly the initiation of this dialogue has made it possible to have this interreligious dialogue, and including the National Reconciliation for Peace. This structure, which opts for reconciliation, which works for reconciliation, seeks to work with the government and the parliament, and it has been a major, has played a major role to settle the 2011 crisis, especially the return of our exiled people in other countries. As part of that dynamic, the parliament plays a key role through collaborative platforms that are financed by the USAID. There has been field work to cooperate with religious leaders in order to reinforce national cohesion. The Ivorian Parliament is also actively involved in cultural affairs and works with religious leaders to look into the draft laws, especially those with a religious dimension. As part of their mission as representatives of the people, parliamentarians organize missions that involve also the religious leaders, and this gives the parliament a transparent nature, makes it a transparent institution in terms of budgeting and in terms of control and monitoring. Distinguished parliamentarians and eminent religious leaders, I would like to remind you that in Côte d'Ivoire, the dialogue between parliamentarians and religious leaders exists and makes it possible to stem a lot of strife and also to contribute at legislative level. Therefore, I invite all parliamentarians in the world to reinforce and consolidate the interreligious dialogue to create the conditions that are conducive to solving problems at national level. And therefore, we need to reinforce the dialogue between parliamentarians and religious leaders. And at this level, we look forward to the support of the International Parliamentary Union to reinforce this interfaith dialogue and address and stem any or stave off any risks of strife or conflict for religious reasons, and also to check the extremism and fanaticism, potential extremism and fanaticism. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Mr. Owanesis Sarakiudis, member of the Orthodox Church.
Dear colleagues from all over the world, it is with great pleasure and satisfaction that I present today in the historic city of Marrakech, representing the Interparliamentary Assembly on Orthodoxy, IAO, on an anniversary occasion, as this year our organization completes a cycle of 30 years since its establishment. During the 30-year-old course of the IAO's institutional life and activity, we have contributed in order to make it clear that political discourse nowadays is useful and necessary to be articulated taking into account a framework of religious and especially Christian values, drawn from the religious traditions of our people. Our efforts to promote Christian values in politics are often met a lack of understanding, especially in the modern globalized environment where prevailing opinions promote purely secular approaches of political and social phenomena. In such a context, the European Union avoided discussing the issue of Christian values and any reference to religious values in the text of the final report of the Conference on the Future of Europe, sticking to a discolored speech and vocabulary imposed by the logic of political correctness and phobic attitudes which prevail among some EU officials. Unfortunately, this attitude is also due to the mistaken perception that equates religious faith with religious values. However, they overlook that religious faith is an individual fundamental freedom belonging to the private sphere, while religious values emerge from history and shape collective identity and social behavior. In contrast to such an attitude, a different practice of the international community advocated by the IPU, among others, has been developed, according to which the relationship in Christian values with the public political sphere must be redefined. Through initiatives like today's conference, the importance of Christian values in shaping the social behavior and identity of peoples is consolidating international peace and security, and in achieving a sustainable and inclusive future is highlighted. The IAO, the only interparliamentary institution in the Christian world since 1993, has placed at the center of its initiatives the promotion of interfaith dialogue as a useful tool of parliamentary diplomacy for the prevention and resolution of conflicts based on the principle of the otherness and absolute respect for religious freedoms and beliefs. In this context, we have developed contacts with other interparliamentary organizations with a religious orientation, such as the Parliamentary Union of the Member States of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. With these words, I would like to conclude my brief intervention. I wish every success and fruitful results for our conference, which we expect to be a springboard for a new period where the relationship between political institutions and religious values will be in an essential dialectic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Floor now is for David Soares. He is a member of the Parliament of Brazil. David Soares, the floor is yours, sir.
Mr. President, I'd like to greet you and each one of you who is present today. I'm from Brazil, and Brazil is a case of success in the world. A country who has almost 220 million people, 87% of the population profess themselves as Christians, 50% Catholics, 35 to 37% evangelical Protestants, and the results are not adherent, not affiliated. But in this country, with so huge, so big, we have a case of success on respect on people's religions. All the Christianity, all the Muslims, Jews, Sikhs, Buddhists, all of them has the freedom to proselytize, to preach the truth, to exercise each day without any hindrance. And I invite each one of you to go there and see with your own eyes. 3 principles we can establish from what my country did almost 100 years ago, when decided to not profess one religion and say the state will declare themselves as a no-religion state, as a state who allows every religion to be practiced. So each one of the Brazilians has the right to profess as they wish. So in this sense, if I decide myself to change my religion, I can do it. Nobody will hinder me. I can exercise freely all the rights that I can do. Each person can go to the media, to go to the public, and to say what they believe, and nobody will care about that. Nobody will blame them or try to put on jail. Besides this, my country also established a spiritual assistance for the ones who are incarcerated, or the ones who are in the hospital, and require this. So, if a person feels that they need it, the state allows the representative of their religions to go there and to stay with them. And the state doesn't interfere on religious affairs. It means they may establish as they wish, to rule over and to do as they wish it. So, in this sense, Brazil is doing very well. And to finish my words, I would like to each one of us to answer a question to ourselves. If I were part of a minority in my country, in your country, would I have all the rights to do in terms of religious affairs? Could I express myself freely, going anywhere and say what I believe, or somehow I would be hindered? If you say, no, I can't do anything that I want. So it's a homework that we should work on this to try to establish and to broaden all the rights that any person in the world has to have their own faith and to exercise that with total freedom. Thank you, and may the Lord bless you all.
Thank you very much.
Last speaker will be Mr. Mustafa Khan. He is the member of the Parliament of Iran. The floor is yours, sir. Iran. Mustafa. I was informed that he's going to deliver right from the place where he is sitting. And this is going to be the last one in this morning session, inshallah, God willing.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. We witness today that the UN Special Reporter on the freedom of religion or belief made some remarks regarding my country. In response, I would like to reject those remarks due to their incompatibility with the realities on the ground. We express regret that the respective person is abusing her position for the sake of her personal interest. The Islamic Republic of Iran stresses that its constitution recognizes the rights of religious minorities and that all Iranians, regardless of ethnic background or religion, are entitled to equal enjoyment of basic human and citizenship rights within the framework of law. Therefore, all the Islamic sects and religious minorities ranging from Zoroastrians, Jews, and Christians have a representative, meaning a member of parliament in our Islamic Consultative Parliament. It is advised that the allegation maker pays more attention to grave violation of the human rights in some Western countries, especially regarding Muslims and migrants, rather than to blaming others. Otherwise, they create the serious suspicion that she is trying to misinform and mislead the public opinion from the awful situation of observing human rights in some Western societies by unjustly accusing others. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much indeed. I think this morning's session was quite important in many regards, and it is the responsibility of everyone and share the responsibility to disseminate information and also mindful and respectful of the core principles underpinning cohabitation and coexistence. And this human dimension that the parliamentarians are trying to disseminate through drafting legislation or through the work. This is what gives quite a lot of importance to the role played by MPs and to democracy. I would like to thank you, and let's reconvene at 2:30 after having lunch. Thank you.